packet back, hundreds of pages back to where it belongs. Okay, welcome everyone to the August the 16th Ways and Means meeting. Let's please start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone, for being with us today. Rainy day. We have an agenda in front of us. Your wishes.
Move the agenda.
Support.
Moved by DeRosa, supported by Rogers. Questions and comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, we have minutes for two sessions, the 12th and the 26th. Your pleasure? Moved by DeRosa, supported by Pearl Wright. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. This is the first of two opportunities for limited public comment. What's he doing?
The camera was at
set
your
wrong.
forehead.
Oh. Okay, limited public comment. There will be another opportunity at the end of the meeting. We're going to start out with a presentation and a request from Windsor Township dealing with the MTTs. Kern? Yep, please.
My name is Kern Selector. I'm the supervisor of Windsor Charter Township. We have a tax appeal that is going to cost the township probably somewhere between $16,000 and $20,000 if this goes fully to the Michigan Tax Tribunal. This is a matter that should not even be appealed. These people have a very, very favorable tax rate as it is. I did a little bit of real quick and dirty research on properties that are being offered for sale across the state of Michigan on LoopNet, and I found a couple that had sold. And I've provided a thing, I think you probably have that sheet that shows the averages of the prices, and the current assessment is at $129.69 a square foot. The average of all the properties is $140.87. I have an interesting background for a township supervisor. I hold an MAI designation and a master's degree in real estate valuation. I have had the opportunity to appraise cultivation facilities from Rhode Island to Denver. And I know that this is a very, very winnable case if it has to go all the way. And I know that the owner of this property who is appealing the taxes has two leases on the property with tenants, and they're triple net leases, so he is not paying out of pocket any expense at all. The cost to the county is going to be a loss of revenue of about $7,500 a year going forward. If you use an interest rate of, say, 4%, you're looking at the value of that income stream at $187,000. The cost to the township is going to be $2,800 a year in revenue, plus this is an appeal for 23 and 24, so you're looking at a payback of $6,300 or something like that, and about $2,300 for the township. I just think you all need to participate, and we took a look at the millage and how the millage breaks out, what the cost to the county is going to be versus the cost of the township, and that's where you have that percentage of, I believe it's 73% and 27% as far as sharing the cost. And I think this would be a good investment. I will continue to monitor this case, and I will strive to settle it. I have done some things that I hope that's going to be settled, so it won't cost anybody anything. But it definitely, but if I don't have assistance from the county, I am gonna settle it, and it's going to cost the county a lot more than it's going to cost the township.
So what Kern is looking for is essentially, for background, MTT adjusts taxable rates for businesses around the state. Over the decades, Mr. Vandermark's not here, but we've lost, oh, he is? Hi, Tim.
He must have snuck in like I did.
He can speak to it better than I can, but what Kern is asking for is splitting of the legal fees.
Yes.
Fight the case at the MTT. And I think this is a good kind of request. We probably should have done it in the past more. I mean, there have been some cases that have gone in front of that court that that the townships or the villages didn't even put up any kind of a fight for, and because they didn't have the funding or they didn't have the representation to do it. And we're affected on both sides. The townships, villages, and cities lose their tax revenue, and the county loses its. And I think both the treasurer and Mr. Vandermark can speak to this situation. You want to start out, Bob?
I would love to. This is going to be a topic this morning, but as most commissioners know, I was on the Association of Treasurers legal team that fought the big box stores issue that we've been fighting for the last 10 years, where we have seen some of these large facilities, as Kern is mentioning, literally continually repeat at the MTT until the valuations on their property are literally 20% of what the true market value is. One quick example is the plaza down here in Charlotte. That plaza, which now has several marijuana facilities in it, it's been resurfaced, it's been refaced. I think it's always been a jewel of the area, needed to be a little dressed up, but it is now only assessed at $400,000. Okay, I think it's probably more like a $4 or $5 million property. That's the kind of thing we've seen, and unfortunately, I have no explanation for it. We have seen a huge acceleration of these MTTs coming to us here in Eaton County, and counties throughout the state have also seen the same situation. So it's almost as though we are dealing with a bounce back of the big stores problem. So just being here and hearing Kern, I would have to stand up and say, I understand that certainly dealing with locals the way I do, the plight of the locals who are left hanging with these legal defenses. Frankly, a lot of the legal defenses we see are not successful. But there is a point that you have to stand up and push back. I would like to see more work done with treasurers, county administrations, and the locals from a legislative perspective. That's maybe a long-term solution to approach. But I will tell you that it is, again, becoming a significant problem, and we've known that this has been one of the issues that the counties had to deal with significant reductions in revenue that, in my opinion, are just not appropriate.
Okay.
So I would just add that.
Tim, could you make some comments and give us a little broad perspective on this? And Kern's dealing with a specific situation, but I think this really goes to the heart of maybe a larger policy that we should have, or at least discuss.
Sure. I actually started bringing this up last year about the opportunity that, if we work together, it might be beneficial for the local unit and the county. When they do these reductions, they're basically permanent. The way Proposition A works, that once that taxable value goes down, you can never get it back. And so you got to really look over this of the long term, essentially, because you're looking at a 10-year reduction in taxable value. So that's pretty substantial in most cases. And I know Kern pretty well, and he's very well respected in the real estate appraisal world. And I really respect his opinion. Sounds like they have a decent case on their hands, which potentially could be won.
Could you give, I know that you're not prepared for it, but give us a sense of what kind of cases have been in front of the MTT over the last few years and what the results have been for the county generally?
Generally speaking, because of the extreme legal costs, most of the local jurisdictions do try to settle the cases, because when they go through a full tribunal, there is a lot of legal costs involved, and because of that, the local jurisdictions are at extreme disadvantage, especially when you look at your rural townships that are only collecting 1 mill. When you get into those kind of costs versus the benefit they receive, it's more of a benefit to the county than it is the local jurisdiction. So obviously, it's our best interest to work together on these cases as much as possible. But if you have a good attorney and you have a good appraiser, that makes a big difference in these cases.
Commissioner Augustine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim, I appreciate your comments. I too agree with everything that's been said today. I think there are times when we should be assisting. One of the things too that I would ask is it fair to say too, I mean, just by the county getting involved, I would assume gives the locals some leverage in negotiations and settlements, even if we were to go that route too. I would assume that would be helpful if the people challenging knew that the county was playing ball too, so.
Yeah, and just to let everybody know, behind the scenes, we have helped local jurisdictions as far as recommending attorneys. Even though there was no money involved, you know, the equalization department does work with local jurisdictions to make recommendations
Yeah.
sometimes.
Well, I think this makes sense. In this situation, I would be completely supportive of it. I also think that maybe we need to, at some point, see if we develop some sort of a process for these type of requests. It maybe gets, special review by, from Tim and others. I mean, Kern is a special case because Kern, again, has the qualifications that a lot of other locals won't have, obviously. And so, sometimes there are going to be cases that are going to come in front of us that may not make sense to participate, right? And so that's where it helps to get that opinion of people like Tim to make sure. I certainly think that based on the information I'm hearing and what I'm hearing from the others, this sounds like one that is worthwhile. But it's probably valid that we look at putting together some sort of an official process for this type of a request. But
Commissioner Brailer?
Can you give me some sense of the number of these that you would anticipate we would see over the course of a year?
It's really hard to say. I mean, it depends on the market conditions. Obviously, the commercial market has been impacted by the higher interest rates that are on the market right now. So potentially, I could definitely see some more cases coming up with.
Well, there's a reference this morning that the legal fees we're contemplating here was about $16,000. And I'm thinking that if we're going to get into this, certainly if we support this one with financial assistance, I can imagine that every other township in the county is going to be looking to come back here in those instances that they're facing a similar situation. So it would seem to me that we would have to contemplate setting aside a particular amount per year for legal fees for just this particular type of circumstance. So I'm trying to get an idea of how much this is going to cost us on a yearly basis.
I can edify a little bit on there, Commissioner.
Either one is perfectly fine with me.
And it's anecdotal, I don't have the actual number.
Bob, could you,
In terms of the numbers, we're seeing probably 2 or 3 of these a month coming into my office. My office processes these and refunds the necessary entities. The thing that's concerning is that in the last 3 or 4 months, we have seen a huge increase in the major assessments and approvals from the MTT, very similar to what we saw with the big box store issues. So we have literally watched it go from very small amounts to more major amounts, where we're seeing facilities literally being reduced in half again on their assessments.
So in terms of the legal fees that would be contemplated on these things, is $16,000, I assume that, I shouldn't assume, but it seemed to me that the suggestion was that was the maximum that we were looking at. Is that the average? So if we're averaging 24 to 35 of these a year, are we looking at potentially putting aside $250,000 or more to be able to meet the needs of going forward?
Yeah, I would say that's pretty typical in most cases. I mean, it depends on the size of the case. I mean, when you get into the really big stuff like your GM appeals and GM suppliers, you could be looking at even bigger than that, obviously. I did recently see that the Lansing Mall appealed, and we also have, that one just started. We also have an appeal on the auto owners. Their big offices over there, because that one can be pretty big as well.
You indicated that you've helped out in the past by suggesting the appropriate lawyers for the townships to talk to. Is $250,000 a year too little, too much, about right? What if we get into this, and I think if we give Mr. Kern a positive answer today, we'll be in it for the long haul. What are we talking about in terms of budgetary ramifications? Are we talking 250,000, 500,000 to put aside to?
Depends on how much interest there is. Delta's has a lot of the cases, obviously, and they've never really come to us as, you know, needing help.
Well, that's the one we have to talk about, because if we make a
Well-
policy, Delta will be involved, and they do 90%. I mean, I throw that number out there, not actually knowing, but I know that that's where the stuff is. That's where the
Well, as I
businesses
said
are,
at
and
the
appeals
be-
are.
Yeah, as I said at the beginning of this, if we do this today, and my sense is that there's support here to do that, then every other township in the county is gonna look at us. Why wouldn't they? And say, hey, we're fighting for you too. You need to come in and have skin in the game. So I think we have to understand what more than just this particular instance, what the ramifications of a decision would be today. And I'm trying to get a sense as to how much we would need to appropriately set aside for potential legal costs to fight these issues.
I would say that my experience with the issue is such that you really need to take a look at these cases on a case-by-case basis. Some of these cases, although you can understand the local wanting to go to court with it, just they don't have very strong cases. Some of them we see do have very strong cases. So I don't know what to tell you. It will depend on the kind of approach you want to take with it. But what I've seen so far is kind of targeting select cases. That's what we've done so far. I'm not sure it would, frankly, pan lucrative, that's a bad word, but pan out very well to just blanket go to court on all of them. So
I'm not suggesting that they go to court on all of them, Bob. I'm just simply saying that I think the townships are going to be here. You're going to have to make evaluations, and you're going to have, at some point, have legal counsel involved. There are times when legal counsel has come here and told us that although they think we may have a good case in regards to something, it's in our best interest to settle. I mean, I'm not suggesting at all that you'd take every single one of them all the way. I mean, that's just not reasonable, but I think it's appropriate that if you're going to get into this, and the county is going to indicate that it's willing to assist the townships in these battles, that an appropriate amount of money is going to need to be set aside on a yearly basis to cover that obligation.
totally agree with you, but just wanted you to know that these cases haven't had a high success rate. That's, so.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, otherwise I completely agree.
Well, and we all understand that there's two sides to this, and there are instances where properties may have been overassessed, and there are other ones where they're appropriately and less appropriately assessed. So, each case is going to be a little different.
Yeah, there's cases where we see stuff where it is overassessed and we don't agree with the value. we don't think they have a very good case, but a lot of times that's not the case.
So back to this, to current situation, we don't have a policy at this point. We haven't formulated anything. He's asking for a one-off, and I'll take, I think what we've done here is we're determining that we want to create some sort of a study into this.
I think
Connie?
other counties are looking at this. They've been receiving a lot of requests, so we've been answering questions back and forth on our listserv. And some counties will be looking at policies, but I don't think we're at that point. I think looking at this one individually is what we should be considering today.
Okay.
And not worrying about the future, because getting into setting aside money, as Commissioner Brailer said, we don't have the money right now. But this one is, Kern is able to establish what the loss would be to the county and the township. So,
I'll go with that. I think we've established that we want to look into this, but at this juncture, we're looking at a one-off to support this particular case. And what are your feelings about that? Commissioner Augustine?
Mr. Chair, I would move that we support the request and appropriate up to the $14,600, I believe is the number that we're looking at here.
correct.
Commissioner Prolwright?
Support it.
Commissioner DeRosa?
What is the possibility that we would recoup any of the legal expenses? I mean, to Joe's point, putting a fund together to cover this kind of stuff, will we ever recoup any of that money?
No. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Rogers?
Yes. Is this, we're talking about taxable value, do they still have an assessed value and a taxable value?
Yeah, that still plays into it, but usually
But what I'm,
problem with
okay,
assessed and taxable
so-
value is so close, any reduction at all is gonna have a direct impact on the tax revenue.
well, I understand that. That's why I'm wondering, so they're saying the assessed value is okay because they're not taxed on it, but that the assessed value used to indicate the value of the property.
Yeah, it still does.
Okay, so then if they're not appealing the assessed along with the taxable, what they're not complaining about the value of the property, they're complaining about the taxes that they're paying. So,
Well, when they win the case, the assessed value goes lower than the taxable will become the same as the assessed. So if it goes in half, that's still a drastic reduction in your tax revenue.
Not only is it a reduction in the revenues, often there's a rebate.
Okay.
They go back multiple years, and there have been cases, and Tim will, where we've had, might go back 3-4 years, and we have to essentially refund that money out of our treasurer's account, correct?
Yep, and then there's interest involved in that too.
Where the county pays interest, okay. Okay, anything else? There is a motion on the floor. All those in favor?
aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
We will include this in the budget amendments.
Thank you. Curran, thank you for being here. Okay, we have a,
I want to just say one thing, if I may, please.
please, go ahead.
I really appreciate your assistance in helping this, and if I could work with Tim in helping develop a policy, because these cases can be analyzed in advance to determine whether or not it makes sense for the county to participate. I would be happy to offer my time for that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, let's move on to our MERS presentation.
Joe, be nice.
Man, right out of the gate.
Marty knows.
I was gonna save that for later, but you
Want me to leave?
took my joke away.
Everything.
Just turn the chair around facing the wall.
It's just angled wrong. There we go. Let's see if I get you. Yeah, absolutely. All righty. Perfect.
Good morning. My name's Marnie Daggett, and I'm with MERS. I'm the regional manager here that works with the county. Thank you very much for your time. I was invited to kind of go over your 2023 annual valuation, and so, oh, we didn't want Joe to leave the room. What just happened? Like, oh, I'm like, no, don't do that. He has great questions, and I've worked with him on a couple boards, so all good. But wanted to kind of provide a high-level overview, but during this time, I'm very happy to answer questions because I'm really here to help in understandings and go through that. So I don't have a specific spiel that I have to get through. This is not for me. This is definitely for you. So certainly, I invite your questions. And I may say, we're going to get to that in just a few minutes, but we'll definitely do that. So I'm starting on page 6 of your report. This is a snapshot of your plan looking at 2023, so for the calendar year of 2023. These numbers are your most recent. This is provided for you by June of 2024, and it dictates your bill for 2025. So just to give you an idea of timing. So if you look at that from 2022, the county was at 62%. In 2023, it moved down to 61%. We'll talk a little bit about that, but what this funding value means or ratio means is when we look at the entirety of your actives, your vested formers, meaning people who worked here, who are going to receive a benefit but aren't age eligible to draw them yet, and your retirees and beneficiaries, when we look at that total of what it's going to cost the county over their lifetime, you have 61% of the dollars set aside for that total cost. And so that's what we're talking about today. When we move further onto page 7, excuse me, trying to make that a little bigger for you. You can see there's a lot of numbers here, but I want to focus on the no phase-in starting in October of 2024. So this is what you will start paying at the end of in October in just a few months. So that's $563,186. And then when you look at starting next October, so go over 2 columns to the left, you'll see that will move up to $618,592. Okay. Any questions on that? All righty. And that's that monthly amount, sorry, and then if you're looking at it an annual amount, want to make it on a bigger perspective, October starting of this year, you've budgeted for that 6.75, and that will be moving next year in October of 2025 to 7.42.
6.25 million to 7.42 million?
6.75 to 7.4. Yes.
Most of that money, though, is supposed to go or is a result of the so-called underfunded of the pension.
Correct. Yes.
So the 600,000 that you're referencing is what we would be paying on a regular basis if we were simply paying the yearly rate to maintain what we have.
No, that's the monthly amount. You're referring to table 1, which is that breakdown. I can certainly go there really quick to kind of reference that. Don't look at the screen for a second, it might make you nauseous. There we go. So what Joe's referencing is the idea that when you look at I'm going to orient you from left to right, you can see your different divisions. You see the total normal cost is the next column over. That is the percent of payroll that it costs for the actives working today to earn another year in their monthly formula, okay? Then the employee contribution rate is the next column over. So then that moves to the employer normal cost. So if you follow that employer normal cost column all the way to the bottom, you'll see that if the county was 100% funded today, your total cost for your actives would be on an annual basis $772,452. What's being referenced is that you're in the 60s as far as funding, so that means you're paying off unfunded liability, legacy debt from the past, okay? And so when you're dealing with that legacy debt from the past, that is amortized over a certain period of time, okay? So not a home mortgage, but the concept of paying off that debt over a period of time. That debt is being spread out over 15, 16, 17 years, that time period. And so when we're looking at all of that debt, that next column over, which is the payment of unfunded accrued liability, we call it UAL, so we don't have to say that word, those words over and over. That payment for that past debt is 6.650. So that's the big chunk that we're talking about. You have a very mature plan, you're paying on legacy debt. So when we add that 772,000 to the 6.6 million, that's where we come up to the number for next October, not this October, for the 7.4 million.
Well, you, in a sense, you agree with me. I mean, I may have picked the wrong column or whatever, but the reality is that other than the so-called unfunded liability, our bill on a yearly basis would be less than $1 million. In this case, it would be something a little over $600,000.
Correct.
But, you know, we're going to pay $7 million, and so 6.3 or 4 of that is for the so-called unfunded liability, which my understanding was theoretically we were going to have paid off by 2038. But since our unfunded percentage never seems to get much better, in fact, it's gone down 1%, I'm strongly suspicious that we're never going to pay it off.
So there was a lot packed into that comment.
Yeah, well.
So I'd like to break it down a little bit, if I may.
But I said it with a smile. I'm trying to be nice.
No, I appreciate it. I'm not questioning it. I'm happy to go over that, but I feel like I have to take it in pieces if that's okay. So we're gonna go back up to some of the tables. I'm going to move to the chart that I think would probably be the best visualizations. And so if you look at page 13 of the report, you can see that kind of green cross line is that 60% funded. The reason that that is there and where it crosses horizontally and vertically is where PA 202 has a voice in the conversation, where that's having a conversation of you have to be above 60% by this period of time, and you have to, if you're below 60%, you have to fill out a corrective action plan. The other lines that are showing here, you see a purple line dot scenario, and that is showing if the assumption moved down to a 4.93%. The orange striped line is 5.93. The actual assumption for this valuation is 6.93, and that's that solid blue line that you see. And so that's what you're being billed on, is that 6.93. And it says no surplus, so that's where your funding would be without the surplus. And then you see the dotted blue line where it shows 6.93 with surplus. Surplus is simply when you've put additional dollars aside above the required contribution to help the funding of the plan. You can see that that's pretty similar and close for your plan. So you can see you're just above 60. You do see that there's a dip down. And the reason there is a dip down to the point of we just lost a 1% funding percentage is because of the returns of 2022. So in 2020, 2021, MERS was returning 13 and 14%, as well as the market was doing great. In 2022, we had a very large dip in the marketplace, and so the return was over a negative 10%. So you have a very large, you have an assumption of a 7%, you have a dip of negative 10. That's a large impact, right? The second largest impact MERS has had in history. The largest was 2008. And so when you have that, MERS has a policy of what's called 5-year smoothing, which means we don't assess that full loss to you in that first year because your funding would have drastically dipped and your cost would have gone way up, right? But because municipalities are different than private sector companies in that you don't just go, well, we're gonna go sell off some stock, we're gonna go sell off some cars and like those kind of things, you can't do that. You have a steady stream of income. We smooth those gains and those losses, so both positive and negative, over 5 years. So you experience that loss at a lower pace so that you can assimilate that in your budget. So in 2022 with a loss of -10, but then in 2023 we had a positive almost 11, right? So again, it was a nice V shape in the market from a year to year to year. However, that's going to smooth that. So some of those gains are smoothing out for the next 5 years, but that loss, if it's a -10 over the next 5 years, you're going to experience 20% of that for the next 5 years. So that hit in 2022. You're going to see some of that dip in 2023. You're going to see it for 24, 25, and 26. So when you see that slight curve in that why we're going to go down in funding before we go up is because of that smoothing that loss. It could be a really big V, but that would have put a lot more pressure on the municipalities. And so we're trying to accommodate that. And that is a practice that is the common and best practices across the nation for actuarial numbers. So this is something from our outside actuaries, GRS, who does this across the nation. And so this is a very common practice, and so that's why you're seeing that movement. But then you're seeing from a funding perspective, you're going to drastically move up. So by 2040, you're going to see you hitting that 100%. So that's what that table's showing you, is moving to that. Now we're not assuming that the market's just going to bring gold to everyone and it's going to be a 20% or above return and that's how you're going to get to 100% funded. That is where we have the table below it, which shows what the contributions will need to be to get to that funding. Assuming that the market will return, again, the assumption is 693, that the market will return that over time, a long period of time, not every single year. It's not going to hit it perfectly. We know the market won't do that. But in order to get you to that funding level, that contribution you can see is on an incline. So we're expecting your costs to go up every single year until about 2039, 2040. That is what the numbers are showing based on when your people are going to retire, how long your retirees are going to draw, when those vested former people who have left start drawing. All of those numbers consider that, and we're helping you catch up on that unfunded liability. You'll see a big drop off in 2040. That does not mean we're assuming everyone's going to pass on to a better place in 2040. That simply means that that unfunded liability, that legacy debt that the county's been pulling on for a really long time, is going to be paid off, and then you'll just have what's happening in the generation that's happening in, meaning the actives that are here, what they're accruing, what's happening in the market today, not just all of the past as well. So you're kind of in that catch-up phase, and then you're going to get to a point where it's like, okay, now we're paying on what's actually happening. So that intergenerational equity is going to be coming around by 2040. We could have moved it a lot closer, and that would have caused the cost to go way up, but the idea was to spread that out over time. Does that make sense?
One of the things that has always concerned me about this smoothing idea, you talked about MERS had investment returns of around 13% for 2 years, and then there was a 10% negative. Math was not my most solid subject when I was younger, which is why I went into something else to make a living. But I mean, if I add 13 and 13, I've got 26. If I subtract 10, I've got 16. And if I divide by 3, I'm at 5 something. And it just, you tell me that you start with the assumption that you're going to have 7% return on your investments. You do particularly well for 2 years. You doubled them, and I don't know what the other 3 behind that were, but you basically doubled your return. You had one bad year, and somehow that, you're coming close to what your assumption is that you're working on a regular basis. So I guess if you're making more than what you intend for X number of years and you have one bad year, I'm puzzled as to why we have to cover that loss, which is essentially what you're requiring us to do, and it raises our rates even though for years you were doing better than what you were assuming you would do. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think so. I will share. So remember 2008,
Yeah, I remember 2008.
rough year, right?
I was here.
I know. I remember, actually.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
So we've been working together a long time, so all good.
Yes, we have.
But when we talk about 2008, right, the average portfolio lost across the nation 50%. I mean, it was a big loss. The MERS portfolio only lost 25%. So we were, again, from a downside protection, where MERS shines the most is that we make sure that we are protecting from that downside. So we lost half, right, of what the average was above that, which is great for the county, right? But we're still paying out the retirees, you're still hiring people, you're still promising that, like, all those things happen, and as it should, right? But you have to make up for that. At the time, we were at, luckily, a 10-year smoothing, because 25% over 5 years would have been astronomical for any municipality that I work with, and we work with a lot of them, right? MERS works with over 800 of them. So at the time, the smoothing was 10 years. So we were able to smooth that loss over 10 years. But that also made it challenging, because then you're talking about something years later when it happened, in 2008. During that time, we also moved from a 10-year smoothing to a 5-year smoothing. The reason for that is that there were a lot of things happening, and based on the studies, 10-year smoothing is great when you're in a very high economy. And for years, it was, right? The bond market was amazing for 30 years. Like, it was very comfortable. When you move to a more volatile market, the recommendation from all of the experts, and I'm not one of them, just from all the actuaries and the investments, is to have a smoothing of 5 years. So we had to move from that 10-year to that 5-year. We were still in the middle of smoothing that loss. So we spread that out a little bit further to get you on track to 5 years. And so that is why we were still talking about this in 2020 and 2021, when we started seeing some of these good returns. We were just coming out of it, and you saw some of that smoothing at higher than the assumed rate. At the same time, and so to your point of your math, Joe, I want to share that on page 10, which I'm showing right here, we talk about asset smoothing. Your math may be one of your strong points, because if you look at this, the top of the page, the smooth rate of return for 2023 was 5.54%. You said around 5. While the actual market return was 10.94, because we're still smoothing out some of the gains from before, the losses from before. It's all coming apart, and are all coming together. Not apart, that's the opposite. Thanks, that was great. It's still Friday morning, but it's all coming together. And then that's going to, again, that gain is going to be spread out. You're not getting that gain all at once. You're getting that out for the next 5 years as well. So you're never hitting all at once. So yeah, it makes it a little bit more challenging. For some of my groups that hate the idea of smoothing, that just want to pay on the market value, we give you those numbers. Sometimes those can be a little bit more shocking. So in the bullet points right below that, you'll see the statement, the paragraph that says, if the valuation were based on market value versus actuarial value, your funded level of your municipality would be 56% instead of 61%. So we're taking all that loss at once, even though we smoothed the first year, so it's like 80% of the loss now. And then your total contributions for October 1 of 2025 would be $8.488 million versus the $7.423 million. So why we do the smoothing is because of that big jump. For some municipalities, that's too much. You have to decide if that's too much for you. I have some groups that's what they pay. They're like, I don't like this smoothing, I'm paying this. You are more than welcome to do that. We never stop you from paying additional. We actually recommend it because of this kind of movement. However, by law, we have to show you the minimum required amount, and that is that 7.423. So again, it is your decision on if you want to accept the smoothing or not, based on what you pay, but that is the numbers. Does that make sense?
Okay. Thank you, Marnie.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
How Are we done?
It's up to you.
I think it's now Professor Brailer.
Okay, I could call him Professor Brailer. I do think that it is important to also note, do you mind if I just go through?
More things, please.
Yep, I know, this is not the funnest information. So we did the breakdown. I do want to show, from a maturity of a plan, Table 3, page 21. So when I talk about the Eaton County being a mature plan, you have active employees. So this is a summary of all the employees in the divisions, at all the different divisions. You have 346 actives with a payroll of 19.57. So you saw that payroll. You went up a little bit in employees, but you saw a pretty significant increase in your payroll from 18.4 million to 19.571. Right, so that's going to increase that cost over time. You see vested former members, you had a few more people leave that aren't vested, but they'll draw eventually. So that's 92 people, and that's 1.48 million that will eventually draw when they become age eligible. They're just not active right now. And then you have 379 who are drawing. So you saw that move up from 368 to 379, so from almost 2 million drawing. This last, from 2022, 11.58 going out. So when you look at cash flow, it's important to note that, especially in a mature plan. So table 5 is my favorite table because take away all the smoothing, take all the stuff away. Let's just look at cash flow, money going in, money going out. So if you look from left to right, the bottom line in 2023, the required contributions was like let's call it 6.5 with an additional contribution. So a little bit more than 6.5. The employees put in another 1.7. So we're now at 8.2. Let's round numbers, right? 8.2 went in. If you skip over a column and look to benefit payments, that parentheses, 11.3 went out the door. So if between the county and the employees, 8.2 is going in and 11.3 is going out, that means you are very dependent on what the market does, right? By a couple $1 million. So if the market goes bad, right, you're going to have a negative cash flow. And in a good year, obviously, you got a 5.7, you had a good cash flow. So it did decently. But when you look at that just from a budget perspective, if less going in than going out, it is very difficult when you talk about we're not catching up in funding. The reason is because what's going in is less than is going out. So your investments are just being spent right out. They're not helping with that funding. So the story behind that with a mature plan, as difficult as it is and as challenging it is I always ask, can you make it more even to what's going in equal what's going out, so that the investments are actually helping pull you out of that unfunded liability. But again, I know budget constraints are a big challenge. And so, but I just want to take all the other theory away and just look at it from a budget perspective, cash flow in and out. This tells a really big story for the county. And so I just wanted to point that table out for you.
Well, and that kind of comes to the crux of what has always concerned me about all of these conversations, is that when you make that analysis, as you just did, you take essentially the income valuation out of it. And then, we talk about it at the end. If you look at the last number, and basically the last 3 or 4 years are cut off here, but I think I'm right, the amount of money, the assets balance that you're holding of our money has gone up every single year. Now, the last couple, 3 years, it was close to even, but at the end of the day, I look at how much we're paying, what the employees are paying, and what you're, for the most part, every year accruing in your investments of that money. And it's always in the plus to what we're paying out. I agree with you completely. If we were bringing in, utilizing our contribution, the employee's contribution, and the value of the investments, if we were bringing in 10 million and we were paying out 12 or 13 every year, I would agree with you, there's a problem there. But, time after time, I look at these every year and we're essentially accruing in total to what you have, the balance to our total amount is going up, we're bringing in 10 and we're paying 7. And so this idea that we are going to be essentially shackled to spending $6.4 million on something that we could be paying $600,000 for is just, it is putting every one of these local communities, and Eaton County is no exception. Ingham County has budget issues I'm aware of. I'm sure that's true across the state for every municipality, cities, townships, anybody that's got a pension. You're killing us. You know, and the problem is I firmly believe that pensions are incredibly valuable. You know, my father fortunately worked at a place where he accrued a for-benefit pension, which allowed him to retire when his health was not good. It allowed my mother to live in her home for the rest of her life after he died. I can't think of anything more valuable than to put together a program that allows the employees here who have contributed as much as they have to have a solid for-benefit pension plan when they walk out that door. But the way you guys have this set up, you are absolutely financially crippling every institution that's out there. You know that I'm on several other boards. You and I have talked many times, on the other boards. And it's the same thing over and over. The amount of money that MERS is holding goes up and up and up, and the price just keeps going up and up. And the result is we have people who come in here and say, change the benefits. Don't do away with a for-benefit pension plan. Do away with some type of contribution plan, some savings account plan that isn't going to be worth anything. And it just aggravates me. I mean,
Okay, thank you, Joe. Thank you for that last table, Marnie. That was a good one. The question on that was the different table now, but the employee return number. What number is that?
Employee return.
Do the previous
Okay. So
table that you were on.
this one's showing the total liability, which is what you're paying off. So
Yeah.
that's 75.
No, I'm just asking.
The employee contributions, is that what you're asking?
Employee contribution refunds.
Oh,
Tell
got
me
it.
what that number is. I just
Yep,
don't
so
remember.
that's if someone is working here and they're not vested and they
Okay.
had put contributions in and they choose to take those out.
Okay, that's when they're leave employment.
Yep.
Okay, just wanting to get all the numbers straight.
Absolutely.
Okay, any more points? Commissioner Augustine.
This is just a quick process question. So you obviously, you mentioned budget constraints, so it's a good segue into my question. You know, we're looking at asking our electorate to approve a millage increase in November, and if that doesn't happen, then we're going to have to look at some serious cuts. And so as part of that, obviously, we would want to consider the impact that those cuts would have on the MERS account and the payment to MERS. Number one, I assume in order to get a good valuation, you'd have to have information as far as where exactly the cuts are going to be, because you need to know what groups and what salaries. What type of a time frame would you be looking at to put something together for that, for an evaluation? Do you have any estimate?
You mean, so if there's going to be some changes, what the impact will be? to-
Correct, yeah,
Once we get the data, the actuaries usually take 30 business days.
okay.
So don't count weekends, don't count holidays, but 30 business days gives you,
Well, our people work weekends and holidays, why don't?
I
yeah.
can't control actuaries, right? Yep, I do too, but yeah.
I tease, but so about a month turnaround
30
time, probably.
business days, so
Right.
no.
Right, yeah,
About a month and a half.
right, yeah,
No, about a month and a half.
okay, thank you.
Yes.
When we went from the 10 to the 5-year smoothing, did we not also reduce the expected returns from 8 to 7%?
We did.
We did.
Yep, so I was trying not to get way deep, like into all of that, but yes, the assumption rate has moved down over the years. And so even with this year, it moved from 7% to 6.93 based on dedicated gains, which is that policy that says we can buy down that assumption, buy that down. What's interesting is that and that's based on the forecast of what the market's going to do for the next 40 years into the future. Not today, not next year, but the next 30 to 40 years. And so we're seeing across the country, but particularly in the state of Michigan, the state treasurer has moved their assumption from 6.85 this year up to 6.9. MERS is now at 6.93. CalPERS out in California and some of these others that were at dedicated gains and doing some of the same similar things are hovering in the 6.85, 6.9s. So we're seeing a lot of consolidation around those numbers. That's great news because with this 2023 it marks the end, and so we'll be doing an experience study at the end of this year because we're seeing some of that movement and we've been moving that down. We're not, I am hopeful, knock on wood, whatever I need to do, that is something that will not be one of the big triggers that changes with the experience study. Can't promise that, don't have the numbers yet, but the actuaries will be looking at this fall and making an announcement. The board will make a decision and make an announcement in February.
Go flat from 8 to 7.
No, we
went
moved
from like
7.75 to
7.75,
7.735 to 7
yeah.
to gradually bring that down to get into what the actuaries deem as acceptable.
Yes.
And we have to do that
had
to
gotten
certify the plan.
Away
Absolutely.
from the expecting too much in the market.
Exactly. Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner DeRosa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to that chart you had up here prior to this one, it had,
The cash flow?
yes,
Okay.
could you bring that up? The way our screens are set up, we can't see the lower portion of that.
The actual report is in last month's Ways and Means, if anybody wants to pull it up.
I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I'd like to see
Oh,
the
cameras? Okay,
2023
so do I need,
asset
I'm
balance
sorry,
figure.
I can't see what you.
There we go, right there, is good.
There we go.
So according to this, you're holding close to $120,000 of Eaton County money, is that correct?
120 million.
We are investing that
Excuse me,
for you.
120 million?
We are investing that for you, yes.
Yeah, well, that's 3 times our operating budget.
So that's why I pulled to this table. I want to make sure that you can see this as well, because again, you're talking about your active employees, your vested
I
former,
get that.
all your retirees to pay out. So when you look at the liabilities for your active employees, which is 41.8 million, your vested former is 12 million, your retirees and beneficiaries is almost 140 million. If you total that up, it's 194, almost 195 million. You have 120 set aside. That's where we're getting that 61% funded, because the unfunded liability is at about 75 million. So that over the next 15 years, that's that paying off that 75 million. That's what you're on part.
And I think that this is assuming there's a catastrophic event where all of our employees have to draw from this all at once. Is that correct?
No, this is assuming that that's what they will draw over time, because.
I get what you're saying.
So I do.
understand it.
I think that that's the point of intergenerational equity, because you've struggled with, you're pulling this debt along with you, and the idea is to get to a point where your municipalities are paying for the benefits that are being earned and accrued in those actives, not for the past. The people who are retired are paid for, so that you are focusing on your active employees, billing your taxpayers based on what's actually happening today, not all of the past. So not kicking that can down the road. So you're in the pain point of getting to that point, but it is to get to the point where the municipalities are paying for what's actually being earned in the time it's being earned, not from the past. And so that's the idea, that's the pressure behind PA 202, that's the pressure behind GASB 68, behind all of the different pieces that have been put out federally, is to move to that intergenerational equity. And so I know Ben asked a lot of questions about that, and I provided a lot of details as to why that's moved, what's been pushing to move that to. And so that is why that is there.
Okay, what kind of percentage does MERS operate off of from our money? Just out of curiosity.
Overhead cost.
Okay, so if you're talking about like the,
Well, you don't do this free of charge, so what are we paying you, MERS, to do this?
sure. So you're talking about the fees. Is that what you're talking about? The fee?
Whatever it costs us to have you manage this money.
Sure. So you have that in your quarterly statement. I can also show you, I'm gonna go to our website. So this is all available for you on our website. I'm actually going to just go right. I'm trying to think of the fastest way to get there and not click around. By the way, this is our investment podcast and our quarterly CIO, so if you want to know more about our investments, you can certainly see that and all of our policy statements. Some videos on that. I have an internal document. I'm trying to figure out where it is for external. I apologize. It's just going back to the same page. I'm not going to take your time right now. I'm going to send that to you.
Well, if you can't find
I
out,
mean,
we're
you
going to find
no.
it.
Well, why I'm doing it is because I don't want to log into your secure thing. You actually have it in your portal. You can see it in your statements. I'm trying to do it from a public, just general perspective without going into your private things. The county has access to your stuff right there. So,
And we will get that.
so I'm trying not to do that online.
Fine.
So
Thank you, Marnie.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you for being here today. We really appreciate it. We know it's a difficult place to stand.
no problem. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Did Logan need anything?
Thanks, Logan.
Okay, we're going to move on to the treasurer's update. We've got a couple of things here. Mr. Robinson?
Good morning.
We're going to let you run free and not necessarily follow the agenda. It's all up to you here.
That's an opportunity of a lifetime. Thank you.
Well, look what happened to Marnie in the last presenter. I would say,
I'm just
watch
kidding.
out what you wish for.
I don't want to upset Joe too much. Did you need me to pass out the hard copy?
I do.
Okay.
It's not in our packet, is it?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a list of things that I wanted to address with you
Yep.
this morning. Unfortunately, I am just returning from a 3-week bout of COVID, which hasn't been any fun at all, but I'm happy to say I'm on the mend. I'm not contagious. So the only thing that I really have in this list this morning to address is the tax payment fund. And Mr. Chair has been kind enough to allow me to address some concerns I have about a job reclassification request, which I'll get to later. But dealing with the 100% tax payment fund surplus resolution you have on your desk or in front of you is standard business that we do every year here in Eaton County. The only change in this resolution is after an emergency meeting with Commissioners Mulder and also with Commissioner Augustine yesterday, and after they bruised and battered me pretty good, they were able to pry from me an additional $500,000 out of the delinquent fund. We feel, and we've talked about it at length, and some of the negotiations, frankly, were quite testy, but everybody wants to do the proper thing for the county. We feel that's an additional amount. I feel that's an additional amount that can be dispersed from the delinquent tax fund or the 100% tax payment fund without irreparably damaging the fund, because the purpose of that fund is to make local units whole. That's what it's for. Nobody wants to impede our ability to do that. We've seen actually that happen in other counties, and the picture is not very pretty. So this resolution this year includes an additional $500,000 making the transfer this year $1 million out of the tax payment fund. The only other thing that's different about it is I was asked if I would be willing to talk about and negotiate a policy that would apply to calculating what is surplus funding out of the delinquent fund. And I would absolutely and wholeheartedly agree to do that. And I say that having actually approached administration 10 years ago about the same issue. I wanted to develop a policy for this fund 10 years ago because when you get into last minute emergency kind of things, you can make bad decisions. A policy could set forth a proper formula, which we can look at formulas that are used by many other counties throughout the state, and apply it to this fund so that we are all confident that nothing will damage the fund with respect to the amount of transfers that are made to the county's general operating. All that being said, I think that everybody knows here, and I too, knows that what happens in November could have a significant impact on everything, right? Because depending on what happens in November, all bets could be off. I understand that, and I think everybody else understands that as well, and I understand that that would also apply to the tax payment fund. So we're trying to take a realistic approach here. Mr. Chair knows, who has been my most ardent defender with respect to my defense of the funds in there. You know, we all agree that we need to do whatever we can. That is what I feel we can do.
And I want to thank the treasurer. I mean, over the years, when I came on this board, we borrowed money every year to fund the municipals and make them whole. And that was the standard procedure. We went through a tough time in '08, and we went through some tough times. Under the treasurer's guidance, that fund has slowly built up. He's transferred less than he kept monies in the fund, and it had built up to the point where, as of a few years ago, we no longer had to borrow money to make the locals whole. It was there to be transferred to the locals. And at this point, you know, the fund is in good shape, and the treasurer is correct. Sometimes policies are good to have so that you don't get into a question about how much should be transferred. In the past, the treasurer made that decision from his numbers, and we don't not have a county policy, but I would ask this or future boards to look at a policy and determine what it should be so that it really is more cut and dry and everyone knows what the number is going to be, because these are extra dollars that are in the treasurer's office that generally come into our general fund and that are used as seen appropriate by this legislative body. So this is a place where a policy could be would probably be useful. So
I would agree with that, and just add that it has taken us a decade, or me and my staff, a decade, to finally get this fund, after more than 35 years, to a position where we do not have to go out and borrow millions of dollars to settle with local units. The numbers that we're applying here, we believe will do the best job we can in order to preserve that ability to do that, because if we don't have that ability, we're back into borrowing, and we're probably back into borrowing at a much higher interest rate, because if we take a lot of money out of this fund, it's going to impact our S&P rating. There's a lot of things that go into that rating, but this is one big one. So it's a safe approach so that we can continue, but again, understanding that, you know, we all know that in November it could be a different story.
that is absolutely right. Commissioner Augustine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that, you know, I appreciate that where we ended up here in these conversations, but the fact that we were working on this at the last minute to try to get this done is exactly why we need to have a policy in place. So I'm in full support of developing a policy so that when we're at that moment of crunch time, we don't have to try to figure out what we're gonna do. It's just there. And I think everybody that we've talked to, from staff to electeds, are in total agreement of that. So now the hard part is just coming up with what an appropriate policy is. So I'm very supportive of that, and I would move this resolution.
Moved by Augustine, supported by Prolwright. Other comments or questions? This doesn't come anywhere close to solving our budget issues, but it's just one piece. And the actual solution is still a few months off. And that, again, we all know where we're gonna go and our jobs in making that happen, so. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Anything else, Mr. Treasurer? You want to wait until we do positions, okay. You'll be glad to know that's next. Okay, positions update.
Good
Mr.
morning,
Dawson.
everybody. So the reclassification discussion will happen later in the agenda. This is just the preliminary update for authorizing open positions that went vacant. So we filled 11 positions this month. We have 12 posted online, with 6 of those being ongoing requisitions between the Sheriff's Office, Youth Facility, and seasonal hiring at Parks and Rec. There are 7 positions that we're recommending due to people being promoted and resigning, which are down at the bottom of your sheet there. We were expecting 4 retirements out of the Sheriff's Office Road Patrol Division this year. 2 of them are on the sheet. So that'll be part of the update that I give. Just going through some of the updates. So with the prosecutor's office, we have significant retention and recruitment problems with attorneys. I think we discuss this monthly, and it's good as we are having conversations with the public about the needs of the county that we have this as part of our update. And remember that public safety encompasses the full life cycle of a reported crime, not just the arrest and jailing initially, but this is also as the prosecutor evaluates a case and ensures the defendants are treated fairly and victims get their day in court. So prosecutor's office has to assemble all those records, watch all the body cam footage, and evaluate cases before they even go to court. Attorneys have left to become a judge, parole board member, 3 to the AG's office, 2 to other counties, and these are job opportunities that pay more than we do and often less caseload and workload. So currently, this is just highlighting the compensation structures we have at the county that aren't meeting our retention and recruitment needs for this office. Yep. So I will say, so just know that those are things that we're identifying as we move forward. Sheriff's Department update, corrections filled 2 vacant positions at the jail, so that is fully staffed as of today. Still working on filling the 2 vacancies for the jail EMT. Road Patrol, we're down 10, but 2 notices are coming up, so that will put the department at 12 down. We have 5 members in field training, so remember the way to look at it is how many positions are you down, and then add the number that are an FTO to that number. So really from a patrol standpoint, we're 15, soon to be 17 down in terms of level of coverage the Sheriff's Department's able to provide. We've got some good outlook in the future, but we've talked about the lead time between getting a candidate that can go through and the academy and then come out and complete field training, that you're looking at about a 10 to 11 month lead. But we've got a lot of great in the pipeline. We have 1 candidate who should finish mid-September, and in that case be done with FTO sometime in January, February of next year. We have another 5 that are going to Kellogg Academy. They should graduate mid-December and complete FTO in April or May of 2025. And then we have another 7 candidates that are in LCC or starting on the 19th. And those folks will complete graduation in mid-December and again, April, May 2025. So if all goes well and we don't have anybody wash out or through this process, the Sheriff's Department's Road Patrol will be the highest staffed it's been since 2020, I believe, based on discussions I've had with the sheriff and members of his office. So in summary, soon to be down 12, 5 in field training, so we're 17 spots down providing coverage, but there is a light at the end of the road. And I have a general update for parks, very brief, but we have hired a parks director. He was able to go through the administrative and elected interview panel. Everyone's very excited for them to start. So September 3rd will be their first day. That's the Tuesday after Labor Day. So we're very excited to have that member of the executive leadership team filled. And that's it. It's a very light HR day.
Move that we fill the open positions.
Support.
Moved by Baylor, supported by Augustine. Could I ask the sheriff, just in passing a question? What is the, we've got all these people in the pipeline, and we're really glad to have them, looking forward to it. What is the percentage that actually make it to the field? How many are gonna wash out? And I don't wanna be disparaging or negative, but we all know that, you don't get 100%.
It does happen, however, very few and far between. I mean,
Okay.
I've seen other departments, Lansing Police Department, for example, they'll send 20 people through the academy and they'll have a few that wash out. But I can only think of maybe one person that backed out or washed out in my 12 years.
Oh, super.
So it's a
That's
good
encouraging.
percentage. Yep.
That's encouraging. Thank you. Okay, did we vote on the motion? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Melissa, Finance.
Good morning.
Hello.
So just to update you all on the audit corrective action plan, that has been quietly working. Right now, we are working on making sure that all of our balance sheet accounts are cleaned up and small changes with that. So not any significant things to report on that, but we're continuing to move forward and we're nearing fiscal year end. So we're preparing for that right now.
Good.
Your health insurance report has transfers from our open positions as well as the transfer from our contingency fund. Unfortunately, we have experienced very high costs. So that continues to be an issue. We do have a pending quarterly settlement right now, but we do not know the amount of that yet. So we continue to monitor this fund.
So with a settlement, we're looking at it, 284,000 in the red at this point.
Correct.
And a settlement, do you expect that to be a negative number or a positive number?
The settlement will be a positive number, so that will help assist the fund. But I do not believe that it will pull it back positive fully.
Okay, and historically, we experience more negative at the beginning of the cycle than at the end usually.
Yes.
So there's a chance we might get close to break even this year.
Yes, I believe that we will.
There's a chance. Okay, good.
The child care fund report has not changed substantially from prior months. Really nothing substantial to report on the child care fund. So if you have any questions on that, please let me know.
Okay. Melissa will be back in a little while when we talk about the budget. Capital improvements, Chad, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Rogers. I'm up with that.
Sorry, Chad.
Sorry, Chad.
Joking.
It always happens just before I come up.
don't know, do a little karaoke here.
Oh, I'm on camera, I shouldn't jive.
Oh, my gosh. Does your wife let you go out in public and do that?
Not often. Very strict parameters.
When she says, let's go dancing, she says, and by the way, you're not invited.
Yeah, I'm good.
We wore you down? Batteries. That's not good.
Sorry, Blake.
That's fine. It's, okay, Chad, community, capital improvements.
Good morning. Still morning? Yeah.
Good morning.
I'll be pretty brief today. Everything's moving along and wrapping up. So the youth facility expansion we're down to finishes, paint, carpet, and we'll be wrapping up here towards, next month. Went by pretty fast, but everything's coming together and all the cameras are going in and all the detention grade stuff for controls and IT stuff. So it's a lot getting packed in here the last month, but moving right along on target.
Chad, I'm going to break in and just thank you. I mean, this whole project, you've been a facilities manager and you've been a project manager for this, and the thing, maybe you don't want to take all the credit for it, but the thing has gone very smoothly. We had a concept less than a year ago, and we didn't know that we could do it in the time frame that we put out there, and you just dove into it, made it happen, and this project has just gone, I don't want to jinx it.
I was gonna say, I agree with everything you said. I just
We're
wish
not
you would have
done
waited
yet.
until October to say.
But we're down to paint and carpet, okay? So we're definitely over all the hard stuff.
Well, I appreciate that. And
Thank you
no,
for
I
that.
can't take all the credit. Obviously, it's a whole team that from conceptual design and ideas and implementing. I know Jeremy's still in here. He was earlier. His team and IT and then throughout the construction. Obviously, I can't take credit for all that, but yeah, it has went smoothly, and that's part of putting together a good team, because it could have went a lot worse. So
I was just thinking, we were at the groundbreaking, and it was a year ago. It was the same day that the tornado came through Grand Ledge. That was the groundbreaking was. And I was looking at my camera and I saw pictures and I saw that we were at the groundbreaking and it was raining and it wasn't a very nice day. And so it wasn't. Oh, the insurance guy has that one marked on his calendar.
So yeah, and pretty soon we'll be doing a ribbon cutting. So yeah, that was a exciting time. So yeah, things are wrapping up. Things are going good. Granger's been great over there, and shout out to them, because that makes my job easy, having a good field staff taking care of things day to day. It has been really, really good. We sat down with Melissa's team and Heidi and made sure all of their books matched our books as far as closing the project out for finances, and everything's right on target. So that one will be behind us before too long. So moving on to the construction codes area renovation, the old equalization space. I know several of you have walked through the space. Those moves are complete with Veteran Services, Resource Recovery, and Community Development moving in here earlier this month. That was a very nice addition to some space management down the hall here. So we've also earlier this month did a small renovation or finish upgrade to the 911 dispatch center. For those of you that have been over there and saw that. They were displaced for about 6 weeks. They were down in the emergency. Everything moved downstairs to the EOC room, and then now we're back in upstairs, and everything seems to be going just fine. As you can imagine, there's a lot of collaboration with IT and outside electrical and communications. There's a lot going on in that room. So to take them all out of there, renovate everything, and then bring them back was quite an undertaking, but everything went pretty smoothly. So also, we're at 911 in the lower level. I don't know if I reported on this last month, but there was an old locker room that Kelly decided that we could better use the space. We created an old office space upstairs to a smaller locker room. The locker room in the lower level wasn't needed the way it was previously, so we repurposing that to a lactation room, which the lockers came out, and we're dressing that up, putting some carpet in there, and making it a more comfortable and private environment for anyone with those needs. Other than that, we'll continue picking off projects here before the end of the budget year. And other than that, so one last thing here, this year was the first year I was set in on contract negotiations for our team in facilities, and I was really pleased with how that went, and everything went good on both sides. And I think Ben will report on that later, but I think I was impressed with that thoroughly through the process. So other than that, any questions?
Commissioner Augustine?
Yeah, just briefly, Chad, I assume that we're still under budget with the youth facility? In good shape?
Yes, and we're trying to buy out some things that that we didn't have planned, that we have a little surplus with.
From the contingency, so, okay, great. Okay, thank you.
I'll report more on that once we finalize all that, but
Okay.
some improvements outside. We're gonna redo a basketball court and a soccer field, and the basketball court will also be pickleball. So just some things that we could buy out with some of the remaining funds.
Commissioner tournament next year, guys. Oh, I won't be here, never mind. Have fun.
Commissioners against the youth. I know who's going to win.
We're going to have youth fighting to get in.
All right. Thank you, Chad.
All right, thank you.
Budget amendments.
So before you, you have two budget amendments. One is for, sorry, let me pull it up.
Did we just change one? Right, we approved it here, so we don't have to have it in this. Okay.
So one is the project costs to remove the house that is at Lincoln Brick, and that was approved at the Public Works and Planning Committee earlier this week. And then the second one is a transfer from central dispatch to our surcharge fund because the jail radios are not allowable under the surcharge revenue. So we have to account for those expenses from another fund. So between the dispatch director, Kelly Cunningham, and I, we discussed that, and this was the easiest solution. So we have a whole calculation on the costs of those equipments over the last, or over the next several years. So that has been included in upcoming budgets, as well as then this budget amendment for the current budget.
I'll move the budget amendments.
Moved by Augustine, supported by Rogers. Budget amendments. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay. Miscellaneous, I wasn't,
Under miscellaneous
Yeah,
is
tell
a
me-
resolution, the recognized.
that's where Brian's resolution is? What was this one?
That was just the note that Melissa put together for the surcharge.
Okay. Didn't have a title on it, and I'm like, what is this? Okay. Thank you. So, no, that's fine. I just don't want to go over something I don't miss something. Commissioner DeRocha has a resolution he wants to introduce that, because we take them through committee before we go to the full board, we put this one here. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was approached by one of my constituents, and she was telling me about the history of some residents of Eaton Township, rather. And there's a very small cemetery out at the intersection of M50 and Ackley Road and Long Highway. And it was all overgrown, and somebody went through and cleaned it up a few years ago. But anyway, some of our history, a lot of history's out there, but one of our residents had family members out there, and they wanted to recognize that they had fought in the Revolutionary War and on behalf of the colonies, and one of the first settlers in Eaton Township, and they would like to have a resolution, and they are going to have some kind of presentation out there September 21st. So I wanted to get this in place, and then I'll talk to them about what their plans are for the ceremony and that sort of thing.
Okay.
So I would move this resolution.
Moved and supported. Questions or comments? My comment is that I was aware of a Revolutionary soldier that was in Eagle Cemetery, and there's a monument there, because there just aren't very many. We're in Michigan, and, you know, a few of them moved out west, and I think it's interesting that we would have some of those patriots still in our cemeteries. So I'm glad that this was brought up, Brian, and I think it's kind of cool. Historical Society, I'm sure, is going to latch on to it and do something with it. Yes, Frank.
I was wondering if the family members are just descendants from the person who actually fought in the Revolutionary War. Because as I grew up, I heard stories of Holmeses that captured some of the British, and so I heard stories of them where they were, and they lived in New York City in 1775 and 76, where two of the sons were born in the records of that day and age. But
Really?
this reads like maybe the people buried there were in the war, and I'm thinking it's the descendants, but just a technicality, I guess. So anyway, thank you.
Does it sound like the people in the Resolution were in the war?
No, I think they're not quite that old, I don't think.
The vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. You had something else, Brian? Not you, Brian, this Brian. Okay. On we move. We're at claims and purchase, or Northern Miscellaneous. Claims or purchases?
Support.
Lawson, Heiser, DeRosa, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, we're down to budget. This is the final session to discuss budget. I will remind you, on September the 10th, we have a meeting here on Tuesday night. This is our public hearing. No action will be taken. This is, am I correct on that date? Yes. Thank you. So on Tuesday night, all of you that have been through these, we're open to the public. Hopefully, we'll have a little public this time around. Often, there's nobody in attendance, but this is an open hearing about the budget before it goes to the full board later in the month. So put it on your calendars if it isn't. 7 o'clock, September the 10th, here. Okay, Connie, you want to take it?
For the
Budget.
budget, no, that's Melissa.
Okay. Melissa, you want to take it?
I was just going to ask Ben if he wanted to go first regarding the positions, or if you wanted me to go first.
How do you want to do it? We want to get through the positions first?
I'd say it's up to
It's
you.
up to me?
I think it's already in the packet for the budget. I don't know.
Let me get there. Can someone read off a page 98, budget starts?
I will start off by apologizing. I did not include the positions information from Ben
Okay, so
in
let's.
the packet.
The treasurer is here and Amy is here, and we wanted to speak to a couple positions, possible changes, and I'll put that to Mr. Dawson.
So
Tim is here. Yep.
I can go ahead and just do the quick update. So in total, we had 6 positions authorized. 1 was added at the second Ways and Means meeting of last month. Respectively, we had the drain inspector position that was being requested to be reconsidered as an accountant. That was in line with the existing accountant scale, so that was reclassified at a grade 7. It's technically was a grade 8 before, so that's a $7,000 difference in topped out rate for that. There is a senior accountant classification that exists within the county, but the consultant had discussions about whether or not he thought that that work would elevate to that level as it exists in other functions of the county. Equalization had a property description specialist request. That was no change based on the job content that was included and related to what was in the job analysis questionnaire that was filled out by the office. And supervisor, judicial assistant court recorder. This was judges, direct JA. There was no change listed for that, even though there's been a lot of transition that's occurred with the vacancies. The onboarding and helping to bring people along wasn't listed as something that would warrant a change based off of what was currently in the job. Office manager, this was friend of the court, also similarly was classified with no change, just based on what was in the job description already matched what was in the questionnaire. So this is sometimes where it gets difficult if somebody's already doing work, like for instance, doing reporting, and then you add a different type of report, it's still the same level of work. So even though you're doing something different than the last time the job was reevaluated, you don't get paid for that same level of, skill requirement or educational acumen. Senior investigator, that was also a no change. The other piece of this is that's currently a grade 9. If that had been evaluated up, it would be pushing into some director positions, attorney positions. And so we've had discussions at length in this body. Our non-union scale needs to be adjusted. It was done in 2014. We used 13 comps at the time, and it was great. And the further you get out from a date of a wage salary scale like that, it becomes less and less impactful, especially if your cost of living adjustments consistently don't keep up with inflation, which was the case with what we've been dealing with at the county. So the market value doesn't come into this process. This is just about equitably paying same rate of pay for same work across the county. And so as we've made mention, if we have the ability, we should do a market adjustment or salary study within the next year. And then this body would contemplate how to implement that, assuming we have the resources. Yeah.
What would a salary study typically cost?
Typically,
I was here when we did the one in forever ago, and we were all aghast at, how much it cost, but, it really did, we did find out that we were really seismically out of line with what the rest of the marketplace was, so.
yeah.
I believe the last time that we did it, it was 45 to 50. They range anywhere from that up to 90,000, depending on the size of the organization. I know that several of them lately that counties have done, they've been 60 to 75,000, and a lot of counties have been doing them. So we've been doing a lot of the surveys for those.
Yeah, Clinton County just completed one, I believe, this year.
Bring up Clinton.
Sorry, it's a salient example, right?
Yeah.
Well, the reason for such, it sounds like a lot of money, but this is a complex organization and we have a lot of positions. I mean, we look at every department, they all have different kinds of positions, different names, different duties, totally different duties sometimes in areas that aren't even related to each other. And so each of these positions needs to be evaluated and their job functions need to be evaluated. And so to do a good study, it isn't something that you would do lightly or do quickly.
Yeah, and the reason that we obviously haven't done it since 2014 is that we don't have the money to implement. So it's, even the last study that we did not implement it in full. So if someone was at the top of their scale, we were only able to give them up to a 3%, 3.5% increase, which obviously is insulting to the employee. Unfortunately, it really is if you don't have the money to implement. Recommendation going forward would be if you're doing a salary study, you would want to have the funds to implement it as it should be. If somebody's at the top of their scale, they should move up to the top of whatever scale they're going to. So that's just something that I think a lot of counties, municipalities deal with.
Okay.
There was an enforcement caseworker, which we're going to work on. It wasn't a pay increase request, it was a clarification of job description, which is something that can be done without any action from this body, but that was part of the evaluation. There were a few requests for friend of the court, and so Amy and I have talked about this in general, but that whole team would like to be restructured, and so we're going to have discussions about that and bring that in the future. And if a restructuring takes place, the reclassification takes place after it. So a lot of them were kind of positioned, if this, then this type of thing. So there were 3 requests that were approved by this body. The only one that was approved was the no pay change, but just the change in job description, because the way that the department was structured in the 2014 study, the JAQs didn't justify the change today, was the discussion. Community corrections clerk, that one was approved. It went from a grade 1 to a grade 2. This is kind of an example of where our salary schedule is at, though. We only have 1 position left at grade 1, you know. So for all intents and purposes, our scale is effectively starting at grade 2 now. And that's just from years of reevaluation of positions. And the last is the treasurer's office. It was the foreclosure coordinator department treasurer, or deputy treasurer, not chief deputy, but deputy treasurer. And it's a grade 5, and the consultant came back with no change. And so I invite the treasurer, I know he wanted to speak on this, and yeah.
Yes, yeah, go ahead. You can explain what you feel the situation is.
I will, and I do have, I'm sorry, more paper. I do think it's important that when you make a contention or claim, that you have the proper documentation to back it up. I do have a position in my office that I feel needs a serious adjustment. And I got to tell you, as the employer of the staff in the treasurer's office, in conjunction with the board, I feel terrible about the situation here. You know, we can sit and we talk about numbers, and we talk about wages, and we talk about the ability to pay or the inability to pay. But each and every decision that we make in this regard significantly impacts somebody's life. And I think I have dropped the ball in my office in this regard on this particular staff person, and I'm asking for an adjustment to be made. That being said, I have a couple of documents that I've passed out. They include a memorandum request that I'm making to the board, a chart of the statutory duties that this particular office staff person is now managing, a copy of the staffer's old job description, the copy of the staffer's new job description. I have a copy of the analysis that was received back from our third-party consultant, and finally a copy of the questionnaire that was sent to the consultant. Now, why am I giving you the documentation? I have some serious concerns about the process that the evaluation went through for this particular position. I will point out quickly a few things that jumped out at me. First, I just found it a little confusing that one of the statements that this consultant relied on in making the analysis basically word for word said workload is not a consideration in the reclassification request. Now, I understand what Ben's saying, that there's duties and there's new responsibilities and there's workload. But I just don't understand how you can extract workload from that process. So that kind of confused me. Frankly, it seems like just a bit of a confusing jumble of words. There's an additional statement made in the analysis on page 17. It says added workload with the state, contractors, Eagle, MDARD, State Land Bank, so on and so forth, is new workload, but not new duties. Now, in this particular employee's case, they're absolutely new duties that were assigned to this staffer. So I was a little confused by that. There was also the claim that the staff individual who oversees outside contractors does not constitute in any way supervision, and I'm going to disagree with that statement. The oversight of contractors in this particular person's case handles things such as NESHAP filings with Eagle, okay? Now, if you do not have your NESHAP filing with Eagle recorded on time, it is a $10,000 per day fine. That is a new responsibility that's been assigned to this particular staffer. And these are some of the huge responsibilities that she is now under.
Mr. Robinson, refer to the position as this position. You know, we're not talking about a person here, we're talking about a position.
Okay.
So, you know,
All right.
it isn't a she or this you know, it's.
All right.
We're talking about a position in your office that no matter what human being is filling it, that the duties are going to be this sort of thing, okay?
Point well taken. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm somewhat, I'd like you to clarify, when you say contractors that they're, in your view, supervising, are you talking about contractors who work within the county and we may have some licensing function? Or are you talking about people, independent contractors, that your office is hiring to do certain tasks?
I'm talking specifically of contractors that my office and I as treasurer am contracting with, that this position now has oversight responsibilities for.
All right.
So when I mentioned the NESHAP, for example, that is something that one of the contractors that I am contracting to conduct demolition or environmental cleanup in facilities around the county is required to make, and we as a county would be, or the county land bank in this case, would be liable for that $10,000 per day fine. So that's where I was going with that.
All right, thank you.
The bottom line here is the lack of anything that was quantitative, and Ben knows my feelings about this, we've talked about it. There was a lack of anything that I felt was quantitative in the analysis. There was no numbers given, there was no foundation for comparables of this position with positions throughout the state or the county, and that was disturbing to me as well. I worked for 2 years as a researcher for the Princeton Review out of New York, and I know a little bit about research, and I just don't feel that there was a good, adequate comparison made here. I want to quickly give you the numbers that I'm talking about with respect to my request. On page 2 of the documentation that I passed out, there is a table of comparative salaries. These are real numbers that come directly from either the payroll department or the treasurer of each respective county. This person I have in my office has a hybrid position now, and Jim is, Commissioner Mott, Chairman Mott, has seen this transition. This person now has significant land bank duties, so I had to look at comparative salaries that are paid within land banks around the state, as well as treasurer's offices. That's why you'll see land bank here. But a person in a comparative position, and there's a lot of them throughout the state, of what I'm asking for, is currently making in Calhoun County $62,900, Ingham County $63,400. This particular person is only making 53. Yet, what I've determined is that the responsibilities I've imposed on the position are actually more than what these folks are doing in these other counties. So that means that an equivalent person in a land bank in other comparable counties, and you'll agree that these are comparable, is making about $63,000 per year. Now, this is hybrid. This person also functions as treasurer, deputy treasurer, and I've made comparables with other counties in that respect for the person doing the same level of work in those treasurer's offices. Calhoun County again, Ingham County, Midland, Allegan. All comparable counties except, I would say, Ingham. They kind of throw our numbers off. They always do that, but that's why I've taken a median. You'll see the median listed on the far right. The median for this is 63,858, and the median for land bank is 63. And you'll see in these numbers from other counties, it's very consistent. So I think that shows that the research is pretty accurate, okay?
So, Mr. Treasurer, how long, the land bank is, what, 7, 8 years in existence?
Since 2019.
Yeah. So that's in addition, I guess what I'm getting at here, you know, we've got a salary structure, we've got positions, and it's pretty well defined, and it reaches across the entire continuum of employees. And to try to stretch and move lines and people through an existing structure sometimes is difficult because anything we do affects every other employee in the county. If duties have changed and the job nature has changed for someone, sometimes it's better to pull them out and plug them back in, plug that position back in as a different position, you know, something that, because it has different duties. And I bring up the land bank because that's an area that we didn't have when this, you know, that's essentially brand new work.
Right.
And it's got a lot involved with it. It involves demolition of decaying properties. I mean, there's stuff in that we just never had before. And yet the position was sort of hybrided or transferred into this, and maybe the correct approach, rather than try to stretch and bend our guidelines, might be to try to create a position that defines the job as it really is and punch that position into a new definition. I mean, I'm getting into HR world and I don't speak it well. Ben, could you?
I'm happy to. You know, I would just say a couple points. Our reclassification's not a market analysis, and you and I have talked about this. And it's frustrating, not just for you, other offices and other elected offices, I can tell you. Just having sat through bargaining with all the unions, one of the most frustrating things is they come to the table with a list of communities that they consider comparable, and our non-union wage study is based on the 2014 evaluation of those positions and what those job content were valued at that time. So I would also say I did not have this information, nor did I provide it to the consultant, your market analysis. So for what it's worth, our consultant didn't have this when he reviewed it, but I don't think it would have made a difference because it's not a market analysis, it's an internal equity review based on our outdated classification, which we all know needs work. The other thing for supervisory purposes, supervisory points are often awarded most when you are the person responsible for terminating, firing, and having that level of responsibility over folks in an office. I'll say the other thing is the point detail I think that you're looking for, that's not typically provided because the last thing we want is everybody trying to work a job description to a point to where they get the biggest bang for their buck when they put these through. These reclassifications are based on what are you doing? Just write it out, your supervisor weighs in, you give it to us, and the consultant does that review on the back end. This consultant's been in this for almost 40 years. This consultant has his own firm. He's worked for Plant Moran, he's worked for Riemann, he's worked, he was the one who founded MML's consulting business. It's a heavy hitter in Michigan, and he did the whole system for Clinton County as well as us. So I would just say, I understand that these processes are frustrating, but I have the utmost respect and believe that the consultant did a good job based on our outdated system and the materials that were provided.
I got that, and that's, you know, we're not saying the consultant doesn't know what he's doing, or we're not saying the treasurer doesn't know that the job duties are more complex and different than what's being looked at. And I guess my question was about creating a different job description, a different name for the job. Is that an option?
Yeah, so one thing that we talked about early on, and the Drain Commissioner's Office wanted an accountant. And I think initially there was agreement that an accountant in the Treasurer's Office, the Drain Office, would be good because we had issues with our last audit, and some of those breakdowns happened across all three groups. And then I believe you wanted to move forward with kind of, you know, sussing out what you were going to do with the office, and you didn't want to make too many changes before a new treasurer came in. So the idea of an accountant for your office was moved, but an accountant at grade 7 easily can do the job duties that are within this, plus the elevated level. It builds up, you know, accountants have to have a higher education threshold, which helps. So I really think that that would have been a path that we could have gone, but we're going through the process as each office wishes to have it done.
Commissioner Brailer?
Yeah, I guess I'm somewhat puzzled at the moment. I mean, I'm told that this is all based off a study that was done in 2014. Okay. I'm told that the land bank, we got involved into that in 2019. The position is a deputy treasurer, and that position existed in 2014 and is carried forward. And the land bank, an entirely new process, rather than create a new position, which evidently from the treasurer's research would have cost us at least what we were paying to fill the deputy treasurer position. The treasurer chose to delegate those responsibilities to an individual already in his office, substantially changing their responsibilities and their workload. We've listened now for, I can't tell you how many times we've been in this meeting and the board meeting and Public Works that I'm on and almost every committee I'm on. We've been told over and over and over again that in comparison to other areas, even within the local Tri-County area, but throughout, we are paying substantially less than what others are paying for the very people we're asking to do the jobs that are being done. To be told now that the market analysis in this particular instance should just be ignored flies in the face of, I mean, we were told this morning we can't keep assistant prosecutors because we're not paying enough. Right down the line. It just, at this point, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't approve I guess we're being asked to approve basically the treasurer's request in terms of an increase, and to recognize that one, it is now, it would be commensurate with evidently what is being paid for similar jobs in other areas of the state, and to recognize the fact that rather than that this individual is simply serving, I'm not trying to denigrate any job, simply serving as a deputy treasurer, but is also serving as whatever their title is in regards to the land bank, two separate and important functions. I don't know why we wouldn't support that.
I would note this position was reclassified in 2019 from a grade 4 to a grade 5 because of the addition of the foreclosure coordinator duties. The other thing, and while I don't necessarily disagree, I would just say, while this body has broad discretion with this stuff, the personnel policy as it defines the reclassification isn't a market analysis. I'm just saying that's how it exists today. If you move forward with this, other departments are going to come and have the same type of thing. So just having the discussion about how it was originally.
In fact, you could say that about any reclassification that's already been made. In this particular case, that is the chart of statutory duties that this person now assumes that never had to assume them before. They are also, this is a key staffer, and this staffer does not involve an accountant's position for the treasurer's office. With all due respect, I think that I'm the best person to make those judgments. But this individual now, at the retirement of my chief deputy treasurer, is now also functioning as a de facto chief deputy. Okay, so this position is absolutely key. We can't afford to lose it in the huge turnover of personnel in the treasurer's office in the months ahead. This is an important position that we need to retain. I will add to everything Commissioner Brailer has said, this particular position is also a self-sustaining, self-funded position. The treasurer's operation, foreclosure operation, if we recall from 2016, I designed the system so that it would be self-sufficient. So the additional salary will be paid for out of the operation of the office, in addition to the additional costs of benefit and so on and so forth. So, I mean, with that, I just have no idea why we can't take action to make sure that this position is adequately and properly compensated. I would ask you.
Paid for through the, I'll ask you, would the foreclosure fund be able to compensate this position? Is that
it will
job
fund
duties are such that they're defined that the foreclosure fund, which is a restricted revenue area that basically has its own mechanism and keeps a separate account?
Yes, it can, and that is part of the wisdom of having land banks tied so directly to treasurer's offices, because the land bank is an almost seamless process, although independent. It is a seamless process with the tax foreclosure process. So yes, the foreclosure fund can be used to fund the position, it has been, in addition to the duties that I have imposed upon my staff for making sure that we are following all the proper guidelines for the complex land bank work.
Okay, Chairman Mott.
Thank you, Bob, or thank you, Chairman. Bob, do you know how many land banks are self-funded or self-sufficient in funding themselves? Is that the goal of the land bank? Because currently it is the county's money that's funding through the foreclosure, correct?
It's the foreclosure fund.
Yep.
I wouldn't classify it as county's money because it is a restricted fund, as Commissioner Mulder has indicated. The only use for the funds now are management of foreclosures, staffing for foreclosure operations and land banks. You can use the funding, as you know, for the demolitions. So fortunately, we're going to get reimbursed by the state because they're grants. But yes, that is all a legitimate and proper use of the foreclosure fund, which is now by state law. I wish it weren't, okay? And people that have been here since 2016 know that I worked hard to generate a lot of that revenue. And my intention from the beginning was it was going to be great new revenue for the county. Unfortunately, little things like constitutional challenges have come up over the years, and we're not able to use it that way anymore. In fact, the reason this is restricted, Jim, is because the state legislature now decided, because of Raffaelli and the other legal cases against tax foreclosure, to create legislation that would abjectly prevent the treasurer from transferring any of it to general fund or for any other purpose. So, it's a good use of the fund. In this particular case, the additional cost is really a drop in the bucket when you look at, in comparison to the overall. And as you know, this staffer is sharp. This person, well, I can't talk to the person. I'm sorry.
It's a position.
It's hard for me to separate the personal aspects here, but it's an important position that is going to bridge the differences between the treasurer's office and land bank.
Commissioner Augustine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It sounds like I'm hearing a lot of agreement amongst staff and electeds here that this position, it probably needs to be paid at a higher rate. The treasurer's coming with his own funding, so I guess my question would be back to Commissioner Mulder's, I guess, opinion or suggestion to maybe create a new position and get rid of this position and put the real duties in there as they are. The point is that we all agree, I think that there's agreement that we need to do something here, figure out, or that this position should be compensated more. And so if we could find a way to do it without going against all of what we talked about, turning the classification study into a market study, I understand the difference. That would be where I would like to see us go, because it seems like that's necessary at this point. And I don't know, the accountant, adding the accountant to it, I'm not sure if that's the right move. I don't know. I mean, that's something that the treasurer would, in HR, I guess they would talk about and figure out, because it sounds like this position isn't an accountant right now, and that's not part of the duties that they have. It's different than that, so it may not make sense. But anyways, I would just suggest that if we can come up with it sounds like, and I'm not an HR expert either, but it sounds like we'd need maybe a new job description for this position and just create a new position and get rid of the old one.
Commissioner Pearl-Wright.
I did a Google search, and I just want to say, under treasurer, for deputy treasurer, that Midland County, that's paying $57,200 a year, is $84,000 for a population. And Allegan County, that we like to also try to compare ourselves, they have 118,000 population. And we're at 110 according to the census. So even if we take out the land bank aspect, that just doing the treasurer job. So if you add in the additional duties that you're talking about, plus you're down a chief deputy, I think that that's a point to be taken as well.
Commissioner Lassenheiser.
So I guess, just trying to simplify it in my mind, I feel like we've muddied the water here of this study versus an ask. And I know you came prepared to build your case and kind of feel like it merged the two concepts here. So anytime that I've been here that a department head has come with his own funding and it works, we've generally approved it. But it seems that we've used this study as either to build a case or whatever we used it for. So I guess my concept here, I guess, I'm in the same line of thought here, where I don't know how simple it is. I'm not going to pretend to know the answers there. But if the funding is there for it, then I would generally support it. For what I'm the part that's getting muddy to me is the whole study concept of how the consultant is being used as to justify the increase. Because I guess, what is the catalyst for the ask? I know you had a big retirement, so I understand that's part of it. Or is it the study? Like, why are we here asking about this now? Because I know you've had several reasons.
Well,
I'm just trying to understand.
The first thing, Commissioner, is that statutorily, staff in the treasurer's office is co-employed by the board and the treasurer.
Fair. Oh, I understand why we have to approve. I get that.
Yeah, so that was the real first reason. But my original, if you'll see the date on my memorandum request, actually goes back to July. And the first contact I had regarding this actually goes back to May. So I've been working on
Sure,
this
because
for a
you've
while.
seen the retirement coming and whatnot.
No.
Nothing to do with it. Okay.
Because that has maybe exacerbated the importance of this position, but I began doing, because I didn't know my chief was going to retire back in.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay. So, no, this was independently something that I have planned to do, because I realized literally after first of the year, I had dropped the ball. I'll take the bad for that. It was my fault. I dropped the ball in this. This should have been something that was looked at much sooner, because I do have a staff person that I need in this position, and it's literally tripled. I've got the job descriptions there, and it's literally tripled from what it was. I understand what Ben's saying, and I can see that. I can see what and understand his points, but as the employer here, I'm saying, yeah, that's great, but I don't know how you can divorce, right, some of those issues. So this particular person just needs to be paid more. That's the bottom line.
And forgive me for asking another simple question, but moving them to the next step is not an option?
That is what I originally requested, was that this simply go up, I think it was one classification, in order to meet the requirement that I'd like to see for the salary. So I don't know if a total new job description needs to be created. I'll have the board tell me. But I'm willing to do what is necessary to make sure that this position gets.
Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I'll to quickly recap, I'm just trying to separate what Ben is saying from the consultant side. I respect everything that was said there, but I also respect your ask.
as do
You have your
I.
own funding,
But
so
you can imagine exactly what Ben said, the frustration there, right?
'cause I totally agree with Ben. We're gonna have a line of department heads that ready to go.
But that's.
And that's because, we all, at this point, clearly want to see Eaton County funded more properly, and that comes in November.
So at this point, you know, we've got an ask, we've got a difficulty. I guess my suggestion is to look for a reclassification. I don't know what what we're all thinking. Commissioner Brailer? I don't want to just step somebody up.
I'm not thinking of that. I mean, I understand now, thanks to Commissioner Lautenheiser's questions as to how this kind of got merged together. I mean, basically, we've been told throughout, now for quite some time, that our pay is not commensurate with other jurisdictions. We have made a real effort in a number of other areas here in terms of our early negotiations with the unions to try to meet our recruitment and retention problems, at least to the extent that we can. We've got a ballot issue in November to try and address so that we can address those recruitment and retention issues. When I hear people talking about writing a new job description, I hear delay. I understand now why we're having this conversation. The treasurer, and this is what I understand, the treasurer looked at the job duties that he was requiring whoever was filling it to fulfill, determined in his own mind that they were not being compensated in light of other counties' payments to people in similar positions, asked for essentially the raise. You haven't said exactly how much, but I'm gathering it's somewhere in the neighborhood of between $8,000 and $10,000 a year. And offered the idea as a simple solution to the problem, bump this particular job up a classification, at which point all the stuff you talk about in terms of the classification studies and all of that kicked in. And so we've gone from, I've got an employee here I desperately need to keep. We're losing staff. We're going to have a new treasurer. It's really important that we keep as many of the important people as we can on the job, to now, is the job properly described? Is it, the bottom line here is that he believes he needs to more fairly compensate that position to keep it filled by someone that is skilled at what they're doing. And so for the next treasurer that's coming in the first of the year, if they want to sit down and review all of the positions that they have in their department and work with the administration to reclassify or redo, that's great. But for today, the problem that I see, what we're being asked to do, is to pay this person to fill this position at a pay rate that will allow us to retain the people that we have today. And I think that's something that we should do, especially as it's been pointed out, we're told that this isn't something that's going to affect the general fund where we have the financial difficulties. This position can be properly compensated from the restricted monies in the foreclosure fund. I don't know, do you need a motion to do this? Is that what we're being asked to do? Because if we do, exactly how much, what's the raise you want to give
My
the position?
suggestion is that we make the transfer of the adequate funding necessary from the foreclosure fund. The raise itself is approximately 10,000.
Well, approximately.
Well,
Do you have an actual specific?
I do have the actual numbers. I mean, give it to you.
Resolutions of approximately probably aren't really appropriate.
Yeah, I'm not sure if, I wasn't sure whether a resolution would actually be required.
I don't think you,
Yeah, so currently everyone that's non-union exists on a grade scale. There's not a 63,000 topped out step. So currently the employee rests on step 5, which tops out at 53,000. Step 6 is the next one up, which is 55,619. The budget has a cost of living adjustment in it, so that's the other thing to keep in mind when you start doing market adjustments. You have to compare apples to apples. So a deputy treasurer here may be someone that's one of 3 deputy treasurer in another county, might actually be their chief deputy treasurer, right? So it's sometimes the nuance of doing market comparables is a little bit differently than the internal piece. But I would say those are where you're at, so you can keep them on the scale, or if you want to do a specific number at the request, I think you'd have to go off scale, which I don't know if that's ever been done, but.
May I ask is it possible to move this person to the next level? Would be, I think in this case, a 6, and because this person's already maxed out on the scale, and just raise the scale enough to make the $63,000 salary that we need.
I mean, that's not,
Well, we have done that.
when we do cost of living adjustments, it's across the board, the whole scale's adjusted.
We have gone within a level before and established an adjustment to the scale level within that in order to make up those differences. I think that was done with several staff people in the past. But, the bottom line I have is similar to what Commissioner Brailer is saying, and is precisely where my frustration comes in. We can look at an evaluation of a position, but I have to look at market value. If this analysis process doesn't look at market value, then it's simply, in my opinion, not even addressing the problem for which it was brought here, which is the fact we're losing people left and right all over the place because we're not paying market value. So for me, it's been kind of a conundrum. And it's responsible for why I'm hitting you with the documentation.
I just can't see pulling one person out. I mean, I've got, out in this audience, I'm looking at a lot of supervisors that all have the same problem. Every one of them has someone that is key, that we're not paying enough money to, and they know that person is struggling and looking at other possibilities. By granting one request for one position, I'm gonna get a lot of trouble here.
I understand. I would just say, again, this is where some confusion comes in.
And my thoughts are that
been
if
done
we could
before.
reclassify the position, that's a different story. And now we can come back in, and I know it's,
May I ask Ben, what is the level if it goes to 6? What is the, and she is currently at the top of the scale, so I don't know how that would.
Yeah, so they would be $55,619. If the budget's approved on October 1st, there'd be a cost of living adjustment, but this body has not yet decided what that would be, but the position would receive that. And I'm not aware of any time we've played with the scale, so if you have a specific example, I would love to hear it. I can go back and do some research. But according to my knowledge, I don't believe that that's been a practice, but.
this is starting to kind of irritate me. I mean, we've heard over and over and over again, time after time after time, that we're not paying enough to keep people and we're hemorrhaging people. We've got a long list of positions that are open. Every month the positions, the update, there's more and more positions that are being added. And, we talk about recruitment and retention, and now what I'm hearing is that we have a bureaucratic problem in order to give to properly position one position in the county at where it should be paid. But because of bureaucracy, we've got a scale and we can't do that. And then you go from a 5 to a 6 and oh my, and so, the scale would be, I guess, a 7 or whatever. And that's just not verboten. We just can't do that. And I mean, my goodness.
And I'm going to support that with the fact that it's a self-sufficient position.
Well, I understand.
Funded
I mean,
entirely from the foreclosure.
So what do you need? I mean, if the motion, I go back to what was asked before.
If a level 6 won't do it, Commissioner, then I'd ask for a level 7. I mean, that's what we need to retain the job.
Well, you said approximately $10,000. I'm willing, it's a self-funding position. As has been pointed out, we generally approve those without too much difficulty. If the director comes in or whomever and says, I need to pay X, and I've got the money to do it, we say, okay. I don't see this as being any different. If that means at the end of the day that somehow to fit the bureaucratic set in stone requirement that we, genuflect to that, then I'm going to make a motion that we approve a raise of approximately $10,000 to fund that position. And I will leave it at this point to the treasurer and the controller's office to fit it into the bureaucratic maze that evidently is slowing us down. And if that means it ultimately is reclassified for purposes of being able to pay the position what it should be, a level 6 or a level 7 or whatever. And if that's a problem, then I guess, I'll invite the treasurer to come back and we'll deal with it further. Everything else, reclassifying, redefining, whatever is delay, and the position obviously would not be funded at that level until all the bureaucratic hoops were jumped through, which could be months.
Support.
Okay, there's a motion, a nebulous motion about some kind of an increase for somebody by some methodology that we don't actually understand.
Well, I mean, my motion is to give them the $10,000 raise. I'm leaving it to the adults. I'm hopeful everybody's going to be an adult and be able to figure out how to work it out so that
Okay, we're up for comment,
Happy to participate with that.
and I guess my take on it is to talk to HR and create a new classification, bring it here next month where we actually can authorize it, that fits into the scale. Because I don't feel good about twisting the scale when other department heads are sitting there watching this and not able to do the same thing. To me, that's creating problems where there shouldn't be any.
I understand that, but again, at the base, we're looking at somebody who has their own funding and wants to give somebody a raise. I mean, to Joe's point, that's what we're talking about. Bureaucratic BS aside, that's what it is, so.
Okay. Commissioner DeRocha?
Does the current job description that this position have, is it adequate to cover all the duties? Or do we need to create a new position that encompasses all these duties?
I don't think it's necessary because, as I mentioned, this position has kind of evolved, and it's one that's currently being done within the structure of the treasurer's office. It just has a lot more responsibility to it.
Well, I understand that there's more responsibility, but in business, it always comes back to, did you describe it well enough to cover all the duties? And if we initially hired this person and it didn't cover all those duties, now they have the duties, and that position has evolved to the point where maybe we need to reconsider that job.
I have done that, Commissioner. That's exactly why I'm coming here today. I reevaluated it. I looked at the previous duties. I've got the job descriptions right in the documentation there, the previous and the new. So it's been looked at very carefully. I've had discussions with other land banks directors. I've had discussions with other treasurers. I've done a lot of research on this, and yeah, I think that's the process I'm going through and have gone through, and why I'm frustrated.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Commissioner Latzenheiser?
I guess where I'm at, Bob, is again, this a very lengthy and very informational packet, but I'm frustrated that our ask is so vague. And I know in your mind it's not. I understand that. But where we're at in this room seems very arbitrary, like, hey, we just got to find a way to get them the raise. Which, again, I'll say have supported that traditionally when someone comes with their own funding. But I'm just frustrated as far as why we don't have a very specific ask. Whether it is what your own words, then the ask should have been to reclassify the job.
The ask is real specific, Brian, in the document, in the memorandum.
Okay, well, then where's our motion? Where is our ask as far as Joe's 2-paragraph long motion is what we're going on?
Right.
I'm saying, usually when something like this comes down, we've got something like this in hand of what we're actually voting on.
Right.
And that's my frustrations. We've got all this great data where we've muddied the water with the study and the ask. And again, I want to support this. I do. But at the same time, what is the right way of doing it? It's almost like we got to get back in the room and doing this the right way.
Well, I would say he's got, I mean, I don't know, but you have an ask at the end of the memo that I'm not sure if that fits. I mean, I don't know because I'm hearing step 6 doesn't match the number that Bob has in here. I don't know if that's because of the level. I have no idea, but.
Well, that's kind of where I don't know the steps off the top of my head. I have
You
no
don't?
idea. But Ben
No,
was
I
saying
agree.
that
It seems the
step
cleanest
6
thing to do would just be erase the step.
I mean, I try to be.
We don't normally get involved with that.
I try to be good about this stuff, but sometimes, Ben just said, I think he said a level 6 goes to 57,000. He's talking about raising this to 63. So I have no idea what level reaches $63,000. If that's
According to this ask, it's step 6, level 8. Is that correct?
And that was my precise ask right there, level 6,
Why is this the first time I'm hearing that phrase? Like we've muddied the water. The whole, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
This whole conversation, that has not been what you want has been clear. I'm not saying that it's unclear.
Right.
But what we are voting on has not been clear.
Well, let me ask this.
Can I say that because that step is mid-step, that's not the top of the scale? So if you do it and that would be my request as administration is, are you saying that's the highest that position goes? Or once they go to step 8, technically that scale tops out at 67,267, right? Because we usually do comparisons about the top of the wage scale, not a step on that wage scale. So hypothetically, I would request whatever motion you may clarify. Is it that they're going to that step on that scale, or will they be progressing all the way to the top of it?
Sure. And I'll digress a little bit. Is this something that we're going to clarify by next Wednesday? That if this goes through.
I will get back to Brian, that I have a simple request. I requested level 6, step 8. Step 6, level 8. I'm getting reversed.
Understood. I'm happy to have a clear
level
number
6,
being said.
Step 8, and if the
let me cut to the chase here. If my motion was that we approve classifying this position, what'd you say, level 6, step 8? Is that, I don't know what that amount is. It sounded like it was less than what you had been talking about in terms of comparisons. If we approve that and ask the board to approve that, is that satisfactory?
Absolutely.
That's my motion. What is it, level 6, step 8?
No, it's a step 6, level 8.
Well, Jesus
Last
Christ.
paragraph, page 3.
You can make this as difficult as you want to make it. At the end of the day, I think the consensus of this
Why don't you
committee.
guys just tell us what step and level this thing has to be at?
It would
At
be
63.
grade-
That's what we're all waiting for.
It'd be grade 8, step 5 is 62,129. That is the number. I just want to say there's been a lot of talk about bureaucracy. These are rules adopted by this board. There are other groups with funding that have come to us, and we fought off with the stick. 911 has their own dispatch millage. Construction code has their own revenue. I just want you to know, this isn't a wonderland of bureaucracy created by staff. Staff is administering the pleasure of this board. If that pleasure's changed, that's fantastic. But staff tries to execute the plays as they're called, which is what we've been doing. I will just again say, you can expect follow-up from other teams because our scale is so wildly outdated. I'm not opposed to it, but just know that's what we're talking about. And some of the groups we've made adjustments on are groups that have been down staff for years, sometimes 10 to 3, ongoing long periods of time. So I do just want to voice that some of the things we've done in the past have been for teams that have already been suffering from chronic understaffing. But for what it's worth, that's the number you're looking for.
And I'm wondering why we just don't pull this back, put together a new classification that comes out to that level, whatever it is, step, and come back next month. I mean, I don't mean to put off an employee, but I do mean to say that we've gone through a lot of time on this budget on something that I think creates problems for all the county. So that's my stance on this. Now,
Well-
got a motion on the floor.
My motion will be amended to whatever step level he just said that equates to 62,000. If it's passed, it's passed. If it's not, then Bob will have to tell the employee that he made his best effort, and whatever happens after that happens.
It'd be grade 8, step 5. Can you also add whether you are authorizing the position to continue forward to the top of said scale? Because if we lock that as top, that will be a unique thing that doesn't exist for other roles. So I just want to make sure that's captured.
I guess I don't follow. If someone goes to a grade 8, step 5, you're asking that we indicate that that's as high as they'll go. So if the grade 8, there's a step 8, that they're not going to be eligible for that? Is that what you're asking?
Just making sure that I'm understanding that that is the request. So yes.
Well, I'm not going to agree to foreclose any potential raises in the future. I mean,
So you're not putting the cap. His motion does not include the cap.
Because we don't have a grade that caps out at 63, I just wanted to make sure, because when we go to budget, we'll budget likely that position at its highest expense category, right? So appreciate the clarification.
And if that's a friendly amendment, I would make my support friendly amendment as well.
Okay, any more I'm ready to call the question. I think, okay. If there's any, I'd appreciate maybe a raise your hands so we can see or whatever, I don't know. So I know who's voting. Yes, yes.
Oh, you said raise your hand.
Raise your hand. Okay, I'm calling the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, now it is time to proceed with the budget. Melissa. Melissa's made a fantastic chart here that really succinctly describes what's going on with our budget. And I appreciate the 100 pages that are outlined that we always look at, but it's also nice to have a good visual. And I think this will be useful in the future and at the budget hearing that we've got coming up on September the 10th and at the full board, just to get a snapshot of what we've got on hand. And I do appreciate it, and I think it's worth looking at by all the commissioners and by the public. So,
Thank you.
it's all yours.
Melissa, just before you get started, to clarify, is this online now? And if it isn't, when will it be? Can you share it with everybody?
This is currently in your packets, but I will make sure that it is online before the end of the day today.
Can you just shoot us an email and let us know? So that we can share it?
Absolutely.
It's in the
It is in the packet, but I will make sure that it's a separate link.
No, I understand, but I was told that I thought that it was gonna have a separate spot on our website that we could link it to.
I will make sure that that is done.
Budget report.
Yep.
That's why.
For the public hearing? Generally, that's what happens.
Public hearing will have one, and I will make sure that this is updated for the public hearing, so.
Let's not get this question
So before we get into the presentation, I do want to just go through the changes that have occurred from last month to this month. So this month, we have had a couple of revenue sources that were increased, which is great news. So we did have increased state revenue from secondary road patrol as well as the health department.
Excuse me, Melissa, didn't I see that in the packet here?
Yes, it is. It's a
So
little
it's after
further
your
down. It
presentation.
is. Sorry.
I find it, it's right here after the, all the pretty pie charts.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a lot of pie charts. Sorry.
You're good.
Augustine
You're
pie
good,
charts?
though.
So as you can see, we did increase our revenues quite substantially, so that's kind of a nice thing. And then we did have changes within our insurance allocation as well. So we are down to right now a difference, which is a use of fund balance of about $3.6 million at this moment. So, and I did also include the very next page is the changes from our initial presentation. And I wanted to include this so that you can see exactly what was removed from the budget, either reduced or eliminated. These are requests that departments made that we were not able to accommodate due to our funding shortfalls. So I thought it was important to indicate this and present it to the public so that they can see what all we could not do this fiscal year. This doesn't include anything that was not requested because departments knew that funding shortfalls were happening. So there's opportunity costs that were lost that we can't capture that fully. So this is just a quick snapshot of what has changed from that initial presentation. So now I will get into my pretty spreadsheet or pretty charts and everything. So just a quick and easy snapshot of our revenues and our expenses for this upcoming budget and the total changes, several $1 million from prior year. Right there. Oh, too far. Okay, thank you. So our revenues are down by approximately $1.9 million from prior year. Obviously, the bulk of that is our revenues from ARP fund. So then our expenses were up about $1 million as well. So, and then the next slide shows how it's progressed, how our expenses, revenues, and then our use of fund balance has changed over the last several years. So you can see, obviously, our expenses and our revenues have both increased exponentially over the last several years. So then I go into our revenues, and obviously our biggest single source of revenue is our tax revenue, which accounts for almost 60% of our revenue sources. So that is monumental. So when we're talking about MTTs that impact our taxes, this is where we'll sustain the biggest decreases. We did have increases in our taxes, and the increases there was approximately $2 million. And we also had increases in our intergovernmental revenue, which is revenue from state revenue sharing and also from Delta Township. You are. So this next slide shows the, no, yep, stay there. Sorry. So this shows the property taxes as they've changed over the last several years. That's due to changes in our, just the state. We've had massive inflation, so that has actually increased our revenue as well. You can see in the slide, we've actually done a pretty darn good job of budgeting and hitting the actual at the same time, so. The next slide shows our transfers in. Because our transfers in from other revenue sources was over $2 million, I felt it appropriate to kind of show where those came from and the changes that were experienced there. There was a significant increase in our central dispatch transfer in, and that was due to costs for computer fund over the past several years. So that has been a big change. Also, as you can see,
That fund doesn't show the $1 million that we approved, or that the treasurer.
that is correct, because I did not have that information until this morning.
I understand, but it shows 500,000, so this will be
Correct.
adjusted to show the, all right,
That will be adjusted, yes.
thank you.
So then the next slide just goes through exactly what I've already discussed, is the major changes in our revenues from last year to this year. And then we're going to go into our expenses. And so I broke it down in several different ways. We always break it down by function of government. So legislative is obviously this board. Judicial is all of our trial courts. General government covers the controller's office, it covers the treasurer's office, and it actually also includes the prosecuting attorney and several other departments. So public safety is obviously the biggest one, is the sheriff's department, but it also includes community development and then zoning as well. So those were the big expense groups.
And Melissa, you're going to go to the next page, but, you know, we put public safety, we put the prosecutor's office in general government, which is
Yes.
where it falls on the, in our budget accounting.
Yes,
But
that's where
the next page kind of shows it over with.
Correct. I wanted to do it a couple of different ways because when we talk about the life cycle of crime and that sort of thing, kind of showing the actual cost of public safety being the trial courts, the sheriff's department, as well as the prosecuting attorney's office. So I did actually change that around. The original budget by function shows what's submitted on our audit report as well as on our F-65 for the state. So that's the distinction. So practical versus required. So obviously you can see in that next slide that those costs are 67% of our costs. So the prosecuting attorney's office with the courts and the sheriff's department, that's a significant expense. Your next slide shows how does it break down across all of those budgets? How does it break down? Where are we spending our money? Not just what function of government, but where are we spending it at? The bulk of that expense is personnel. So that's the people that are offering the services. 70% of that, we only spend approximately 2% on supplies. And then we have an other services and charges category, which is contractual services. It's our telephone expenses. It's expenses of that nature. So basically anything that can't be categorized as a supply ends up in that category. And because, yes, Jeannie.
Where are like iCloud and things like that go to in our Microsoft accounts?
That is exactly where those expenses end up, yes. So because transfers out this fiscal year was over $4 million, I did feel it appropriate to break down exactly where those expenses go. And the two most significant transfers out are for our computer fund to pay for the technology that we use, as well as the health department for their services. So those are both very major contributions. So, and then
You show indigent defense on that, is that?
yes,
the cost of paying private practicing attorneys when there are conflicts for the public defender's office, or is that some cost that is related to the public defender's office?
So it is related to the Public Defender's Office. That is our mandatory contribution that the state calculated. So you'll see further on in the presentation, actually, in the final budget documents, it just shows the total of that fund. The remainder of that fund is made up by the state. So the state pays a grant, and so this is just our portion of that fund.
Well, that's what I thought. So when you, on your pie chart that shows 67% is public safety, do you include that cost for indigent defense in there?
I did, actually, yes.
Okay.
Because I removed all of the transfers out and put those expenses where they went.
I would argue that that is a part of public safety.
I agree.
All right, thank you.
So I have a question. Okay, so also then indigent fund, that's one where you also bill out the attorneys that we have to provide for the minor children that are through the youth program, right?
No, that is not correct.
Where do you put those people?
So that is, I believe that was included as,
Oh,
I apologize. I believe that one was included as part of our judicial. However, this year, we don't have any expense contributed to that from the general fund because there is no transfer from the general fund to the child care fund.
okay,
So
because remember
that's where
when I
those
asked you,
expenses-
different people were coming up in our billing and.
Correct.
Okay, so I thought my question at that time was, how come they're not getting served from the public defenders? And
That's
because there's
statutory.
a different in working with indigent people or people who need services when they're underage.
Right, and so that's a statutory change that is from SCAO that they have not implemented, and I do not know when they will be implementing that change.
Okay.
Or if they are going to.
Okay, thank you.
Melissa, on your transfer outs,
Yes.
it doesn't include some appropriations. Do you put that in a different place? How does that work?
That's where, so the appropriations are included in the other charges and services. So that's the community mental health billing that is included in that category.
The other category?
So if you're looking at the categories,
Okay.
it's included in the other charges and services. If you're looking at the functions, it is included in health and welfare.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. So then I was presenting your investment in human capital. So the pie chart that shows 70%, where does that break down? Where do we spend the bulk of our money? And that is obviously salaries and fringes, but salaries accounts for 57% of our expenses for personnel. And then we've got health insurance and retirement being the other two biggest contributors. So, and then the next few slides go through where is our staffing levels and how has that changed from last year to this year. And it has not changed significantly. We had one additional staff member added for pretrial services, which was mostly grant funded, and then the other was for Parks and Recreation to move one position from a part-time funded position to a full-time.
So we always ask about FTEs every budget cycle, and that's what comes in our, we always look at that. So this last year, despite what people might think, we've added 1.25 FTEs to the
Correct.
budget.
Yep,
Okay.
that is, as I say it, that's not butts in seats, that's just seats open. Sorry.
That's a good way to put it.
Okay. Well, that's a good number for us to you know,
No,
to have.
yes.
Because again, oh my gosh, you must have added 20 positions to the county. No, we've added 1.25.
Well, and let's be clear, those are both at least partially funded through other sources too, so.
Correct.
Okay, just a note that we all should have on our talking list.
So the next few slides are basically all the same, are very similar, just breaking down how do those get distributed amongst the different departments that we discuss. So, and then I did go into the next slide right there in infrastructure investments, and you'll see there was a big increase in our transfer to our computer fund, and that was because of licensing costs that have increased. This is not a change in how we do business or what we're doing. This is simply the cost of doing business. It's an increase in the cost of doing business for technology. Our public improvement transfer, which is the improvements to this building and to all of our buildings, is unfortunately for this upcoming fiscal year at zero. There was sufficient fund balance to cover the payment for the infrastructure investments that were made in 2021. So that is where that fund is coming from, but it's coming from fund balance and not from a transfer from the general fund. Our building maintenance, which is what Chad does up and down the corridors, just simple painting and making sure safety concerns are met. That amount decreased from last year by about $160,000. And then we also are choosing not to invest a whole bunch in capital this upcoming fiscal year. There are 3 vehicles that are slated to be replaced, and then the equipment on those 3 vehicles, and that is the only expense for capital this upcoming fiscal year. Sorry, I apologize. My slides are a little long. So I did go into fund balance in comparison to actual, and then I always get questions on, well, the audit report says that we have X amount in our fund balance. Why do we report that we have a different amount? This last slide shows what is made up of our fund balance for our general fund, and a significant portion of it is assigned to our public improvement and to our computer fund. So I just wanted to make sure that that was completely transparent throughout this process. So that is my budget. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions for you, Melissa. First, thank you. I love the pie charts. I love that. I think it's easy for people to read. So just trying to get to the heart of it. So, our budget that we're looking at is $3.7 million, basically utilizing that much of the general fund.
Correct.
In order to get the balanced budget. However, that's not really truly the full structural, I know you hate that when I say deficit, but the full structural deficit that we're looking at, because you've pointed out that you have almost $4.7 million of net expenses that were taken out after the first round.
Correct.
I mean, I'm not suggesting that maybe all of those 4.7 would necessarily be in the budget if we had the money, but I'm guessing it'd probably be pretty close. And as you pointed out, there's a lot of opportunity costs that have been lost because departments heads have not put in for requests that they may have. So it's fair to say that the true structural deficit, if we were at where we felt that we needed to be, would probably be closer to around $8-9 million maybe?
Correct.
Fair to say that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Just, and the reason that I point those things out is because I think it's important for everybody to understand that, we are showing a $3.6 million, shortfall. Shortfall, probably not a good word either, but what's the word you prefer me to use?
Use of fund balance.
Use of fund balance, thank you. But we're delaying a lot of improvements. We're not doing a lot of things that we should be doing, purchasing new vehicles, things like that are, likely going to make things cost a little bit more in the future, which is what happens when you defer these kinds of things. So, it's not, the extent of the budget hole is not just the 3.7. It's probably at least double that and maybe 250% of that. So.
I think another thing that everyone should keep in mind and point out to the public is that the use of that fund balance, that's not going to be available in the future. That's going to be depleted. So you're not going to be able to fill the hole as we're filling it this year.
Well, and it's not the intention of this board, at least per our previous conversations, that we would let that hole be as big if things don't work out for us in November.
No, I understand, but
Yeah,
when we go forward, people are going to say, well, you balanced your budget.
right.
Yeah, well, we did. We
One time.
Yeah, we deferred $8 or $9 million that we've kind of ignored that. And we used a fund balance that will now essentially be depleted and is not going to be available in the next budgetary cycle.
Absolutely.
And the lack of capital input is always something that is scary. You can always not fix your roof for 1 year, but you start going 2 and 3 years without fixing your roof. The consequences are so much more expensive when you get around to that. And again, it's easy, we're balancing our budget on increased costs in the future, which is frightening.
The cost of deferred maintenance is what Chad has referred to it as, and that has historically been what we've done, and that is continuing to happen. And unfortunately, that will continue to impact our budget, our future budgets as well.
So next we get to the page we're all used to, which is the budget page.
Yes, absolutely. So now it's just the overarching, this is the real, what has to be submitted to the state or to our auditors, what they want to see. So nothing significant has changed beyond what we've already discussed. I did include our special revenue funds as well as our debt service funds, which have not been included in previous budgets. So those are available, and they will be available for the public hearing.
So at this point, what we're looking at doing is moving this on to the full board on Wednesday. The budget has a few tweaks in it that'll happen on Wednesday, including the $500,000 added in.
Correct.
And I don't know of other things. There was another transfer, but a couple little small tweaks.
It should just be the additional revenue from the delinquent surplus that the treasurer has authorized.
Okay, so this is gonna go to Wednesday, the full board. No, I'm sorry, it's not gonna,
It can go directly here. We can make that modification.
we're gonna make this right
It
to
would
the
go
budget hearing?
Budget hearing, yes.
So we're not gonna go over this at the full board on Wednesday.
No, it would go to the full board at
On-
the public hearing, and then again, you would have it at Ways and Means one more time before you to make any adjustments that may come out of that, and then you would take it to the full board.
On September, okay. So I'm wrong. This is, by moving this, we're taking it to the budget hearing, which is gonna be September the 10th.
So someone just needs to make a motion.
So someone wants to move it. So moved. Lotzenheiser, DeRosa. Comments?
Just a quick clarifying question. So Melissa, the extra, I guess the question is on the budget sheet that we're always used to looking at that you referred to, the ending fund balance shows just under 2.6 million in this case. That does that or does not, how much of that $1 million, if any, does that include?
That includes 500,000
Okay,
as
so
of right
so
now?
that will raise by a $500,000.
Correct.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
So that's the motion on the floor. Questions, any other questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Well, kind of a grinder, and not really very pleasurable. But
Shouldn't have brought MERS in with the other stuff we had here. You know,
Oh.
Got
So
some
now-
people riled.
now it's an opportunity for the next public comment, and after that, we're going to have a closed session. So, Prosecutor Lloyd.
Doug Lloyd, Eaton County Prosecutor. I will have to watch my wording carefully today, but I probably won't. You have danced around the words of the ballot proposal that you as a group passed 15-0 today, saying, gosh, we'll have to consider that in November. Well, I will tell you that your staff, Connie, Ben, Logan, have been out every place. Some of you commissioners who have actually joined us have seen that, telling the facts of this county. Chairman Jim Mott and myself have gone to more meetings this week regarding this ballot than I had time to spend doing my own work. And I and Chairman Mott have had ourselves kicked in by people questioning this board. And we have tried to explain why, for as long as I've been here, which is almost 25 years, you have successfully managed to keep a can kicking down the road. And I have been questioned as to your mismanagement of funds and why you felt parks and trails, walking trails around the campus were more important than the infrastructure or your employees. And I have defended that, and I have explained that. And Chairman Mott and I have sat there with our hands in our lap, attempting to say how this board is different. And then I sit here today, and I listen to, and allow me to get the words correctly from the agenda, 100% tax payment fund surplus resolution. That $500,000 will go in. Well, I'm a simple man that uses words, but when you say it's 100% surplus, that means there's no more to give. Shake your head if you want to, Bob. You can speak when you want to. I'm up here now. And instead I hear that Commissioner Mulder, Commissioner Augenstein, who is also running for treasurer, have a separate meeting, and $500,000 more is found that can be donated to the county. But I'm confused. See, I run the Economic Crimes Unit. They generate revenue. In a sense, they pay for themselves every year. But in 2008, that money was taken from me and put into the general revenue. So I'm confused. Is that Bob's money or is that county money? Because if it's county money, I'd prefer the treasurer stop calling it his, because it belongs to the taxpayers. But then on top of that, he comes in and says, well, I'm an elected official, so if I want to raise my person, not a position, which I'm going to disagree with all of you, because I've been here longer than most of you. It has never been about the person. It has always been about the position. And if you were self-funded, then you could obtain a position, but it was going to be within whatever scale you as a board had set. I didn't just get to willy-nilly walk in and say, my person's worth more, because guess what? I got 24 of them. I got 24 of them who are worth more than anything your 2014 scale pays. But you said, well, let's pay the person. What did you tell those other 400 people out there? What, because they don't have additional revenue coming in, that they're not important? Because we live under the structure that you created? And then on top of that, you're a candidate. You supported the motion and you voted on it. You should have abstained. Now, shake your head or not. But guess what? When I'm out there speaking, that's what they're going to ask. What kind of backroom deals took place? And I'm supposed to be out there selling this ballot proposal. Y'all should get out there and do it. It's your mess. You created it. It might be nice if you actually acted like you could clean it up. Because I'm doing my part, but I don't have any control in it. This is an embarrassing day for me, because of the time I spend, the time Chairman Mott spends attempting to boost this county. Because you're right, Chairman Mulder, this is our house. And that's what I tell the people. And this house looks like your grandma's basement with this 50-year-old paneling on it. How do you want your house to look? I'm not very happy with the house, the way my house looks today, with what was performed here. We can do better.
I would like to also make a public comment. Bob Robinson, Eaton County Treasurer. I don't want to get into conflict and confrontation. I'm just going to say a couple of things, okay? First off, it is attention to people and not the work environment that has the greatest impact on productivity. That's always been my philosophy. Secondly, 100% tax payment plan is a name for the fund and has nothing to do with whether there is surplus in the fund. The title 100% tax payment plan means that we need to have 100% of the tax payment that is due to local communities on March 1 of each year. If there was more within the 100% tax payment fund, we would have fleshed that out and discussed it. But it doesn't make sense to put the county into even more trouble by going too deeply into the fund that is very, very necessary. Those are the only things I have to say. If anybody, I would also say, if anybody has concerns, questions, my door is open. My phone is there. I'm happy to talk about it. Thank you.
Morning, afternoon, Amy Etzel, Court Administrator. I just wanted to speak a little bit of, as I sit here and listen to what occurred today with regards to the request for additional funding. Excuse me. Making some comments with regards to what occurred. I became increasingly frustrated as I continued to hear the discussion and the lengthy discussion of the request. I will say that the court understands the funding issues that are facing the county. And certainly when the budget came around, we made requests. There was a number of, I say, new position requests. However, I know those new position requests were more of a reclassification of a position that wasn't going to cost the county necessarily an additional FTE. It was reclassing a current position into new duties, as well as there were a number of reclassification requests made by staff, as well as myself and department heads. We received the write-ups or responses from the consultant just this week. And so to be prepared to come and argue or discuss or make requests, to me, was a little short notice. No disrespect to Ben and County and what they do here, but if that process is going to be different, if historically in my time has always been you make that request, employees have a process of making a reclassification request, and then there's a process. Certainly, any department head, any employee potentially could come and argue their case on if it was rejected. But the discussion turned into, I think what Mr. Lloyd referenced was we're paying a person. And that has always been something that I consciously make note when I'm talking about a position, that certainly there are employees, we have all our employees work very hard. You're aware that we're short-staffed. We have been short-staffed. We have had so much turnover, and I think I spoke at the last Special Ways and Means meeting with regards to that. However, the reclassification process was created by the board. There's a structure to it. We talked specifically about Policies are good to have. Everyone knows what to expect. I'm not sure what to expect. I'm not sure employees understand. I've encouraged employees to listen to these meetings. If they can't come because they're working, go back and listen to them. I'm concerned for employees to hear what they heard today. I know Chief Judge Cunningham and I spoke with regards to one of the classification requests that was a direct employee of hers. We talked about all the other ones that were made today, and if she could be here, I'm sure she would be standing up here and talking about the disappointment with what occurred today. I made notes with regards to we're paying to retain people. If that's the case, I could make probably 100 requests for what I need for employees to keep good employees here. I'm at risk for losing them on a daily basis. We had another resignation yesterday. I'm anticipating another resignation today of key employees that we need to run our departments. So if I'm able, I would like to, request a $10,000 increase for every one of my employees. I know that that's not a practical ask right now, and so I'm certainly not here doing that. But that's what I heard today, and that's what I saw approved. And that definitely sheds a shadow on the rest of the employees are here. Not every department can generate revenue to pay a particular employee that we want to keep longer. So I'm disappointed. I just hope that in the future, if there are changes, if there are procedures that we should be doing differently with regards to a reclassification or requesting new employees, that we're made aware of that so we can be prepared if we can then just make an ask. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Reich, Eaton County Sheriff. I probably couldn't have said it better than Prosecutor Lloyd did. We're supposed to be a team. We have some people who are players who our team is a good team. The Controller's Office, I'm so thankful that we have become a team. Previous controllers weren't good to work with. You may have worked well with them, but the Controller's Office has done a great job. As a fact of increasing or changing classifications, I can give you 100 and some different examples over at the Sheriff's Office. We've been through that. We've done contracts recently. 2 years ago, I came to you and asked the deputies asked you to give the deputies increases in pay. Finally happened 6 months ago. I do appreciate it. But there's more work to be done. Prosecutor Lloyd, Chairman Mott, Connie's office have gone to these township and villages to speak. Damn, they've done a great job. I'm impressed. We need to get the word out to the people, but we need to work as a team. That's the biggest thing right there that I'm looking forward to, a team. This county has a lot to lose, and we also have a lot to gain. So I appreciate everyone who's come up here today. It's been a long morning into the afternoon, which is fine, but I think you got the message. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hello, Kelly Cunningham, Eaton County 911 Director. I apologize about my attire. I was not planning on showing up in person. I was watching this on the computer in my office, and it frustrates me. Do I want the employee in the treasurer's office to get a raise? Yes, I do. I want them to retain them. But I have my own funding source, and I am the lowest paid 911 director in all surrounding counties, all of them. But you know what? I care about my people. I care about my center. I have been there 19 years. And if you don't think I'm not getting other offers, I am. So keep that in mind. We have always done this, that we are fair across the board, and Ben and Connie have heard me. They have heard me. I have pled my case to them. And it's not so much about me, it's my deputy director. My deputy director makes less than most of my supervisors and dispatchers after overtime. I have 30-year-old carpet bubbling in the hallway that we were told to wait. I have my own funding source. And the people of Eaton County spoke and approved that millage. But we are a team. And if we're gonna go on this way of thinking that you have your own funding source and you're not on the team, so be it. But, you know, just to think about it as a whole and how this is going to affect everyone, it's gonna upset people. I don't, you know, my deputy director makes less than most of my people that are working overtime. And to keep him there and to keep him happy and to say, I'm fighting for you, and all I had to do is come with a packet with some data, because I have the data. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm your Chief Deputy Al Seidel, the Sheriff's Office. Been here going on about 16 years, 19 in law enforcement. The process you guys just did, I'm just gonna be frank, was bullshit. All right? You guys know we've been down 10 to 15 different spots for a long time. And you just told us process doesn't matter. He needs a raise. People need raises, we all do. But how you guys just done it, not the right way. My phone's been blowing up nonstop. You guys need to know that. You guys created a big problem. Thank you.
Okay.
The rest of the positions.
We did not move the positions. Talked about the single position, but the rest of them we did nothing with. So I'll look for, so I'm circling back to something that I missed earlier in the agenda, okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
It would be to move the reclassifications as recommended by the consultant.
Latzenheiser, Pearl Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we're gonna go into closed session. I'll need a motion with a roll call.
I would move that we
Thank
enter
you,
into
everyone.
closed session under section 15.268, section 8C of the Open Meetings Act to discuss labor relations negotiations.
I was gonna ask for a break first.
Okay.
What do you want to do, go on a break
I would appreciate it.
and then make them,
Yeah, and then.
and then vote on the?
Well,
Can we vote on the closed session, then go on a quick break? Or is that like, we can't leave the room?
I think that's out of order, isn't it?
Okay. We need a roll call to go on in closed session, but I'm gonna actually let us go on a break before we lock ourselves in.
all right, so
Somebody read it. It's
I did.
roll call.
Roll call. So Commissioner Augustine. Yes. Commissioner Pearl Wright.
Yes.
Commissioner Brailer.
yes.
Commissioner Drosha. Yes. Commissioner Latzenheiser. Yes. Commissioner Rogers.
I'm sorry, but I did not hear what we're voting on.
To go into closed session. Commissioner Mulder.
Yes. Thank you.
one page